Hi, and we're live with another edition of Zombiepalooza Radio. I hope you guys are safe. I know that the northeastern part of the world right now is getting smacked pretty good with the snow apocalypse. I'm hoping that we can be able to have all 5 hours come out the way it needs to. I've got a couple of different things going on. We're going to be Sans, Dead Door, and Crunchy. And boy, if you've been watching Crunchy's wall, he's been snow diving. He's been he's just been all over the place. Scott, later we're going to talk a little bit about Crunchy's antics.
Yes.
We do have with us, and the other day was Squirrel Appreciation Day. So part of the reason why we got a whole bunch of individuals finding some of Crunchy's relatives. And Crunchy, I think he broke into another wine cellar again. He did that last year sometime. It seems to be around the same time of year he keeps doing that. So we're going to have a little discussion about Crunchy. And Dead Door, hope you're listening. I know that he can't get into the call right away because he is kind of snowed in. It's over in PA. So we're hoping that everything is going to be all right on that end. And so I get my adjustments going on there a little bit better. All right, we have tonight, like I said, a couple of different kinds of things going on. We're going to have a full 5-hour show. We have some really, really great guests that I've brought back. Very excited to have them on. And also, we have a special guest co-host. His name is Scott Wilson. Scott Wilson has a couple of things he'd like to say about some statistics we're finding on veterans and homelessness. And you know that Zombiepalooza Radio is very much about our veterans and whatever we can do to be able to help them. We're also going to talk a little bit about what's going on in Flint, Michigan. We have a couple of places that have been sending out water. I promised them I'd give them a shout out. And let's see, the first one I want to give a shout out to is a restaurant that is in Avon, Ohio, and they sent out, there it is, it's called Bubba Q's. Bubba's Q, spelled B-U-B-B-A''S-Q. They were pretty cool. I'm going to go over to their site right now and see if I can still pull up what they did over there and get you an address and all that kind of fine stuff. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to introduce Scott Pearson. He's head of all things green in our research department for Zombiepalooza Radio. Go ahead, Scott.
Good evening, Jackie. It's nice to be back into the swing of doing the shows every Friday.
All right, so I'm over on Bubba Q's, and they said that they are collecting bottled waters and gas cards for Ricky Smith and random acts of kindness. It's going to be going over to Flint, Michigan, and they're going to be collecting these things until Sunday, 1/31/16. Sharp Moving is providing their services to help Ricky Smith get the water to Flint. If you'd like to go and add to the care package, you can drop off water or gas cards at Bubba Q's Inn in Avon, Ohio, or Sharp Moving in Elyria, Ohio. Working on right now, trying to get the address for Bubba Q's over in Avon, Ohio. We also have with us special guest Scott Wilson. Well, he's a guest, he's a co-host, and like I said, he's very concerned about some of these numbers that we are getting for homeless people. Go ahead, Scott. Why don't you give him a little bit of your insight on that while I go look up address.
Hi, Jackie. Hi, fans. I have two roommates that are Gulf War veterans, and unlike me, who just happened to be on active duty for 6 months because of a knee injury, they've been there. They've been on the front lines, and I have a great respect for every one of my brothers and sisters that have worn the uniform. And my friend actually came across some numbers that staggering numbers that at this point in the United States we have 62,619 homeless vets on the streets. 62,619 homeless veterans. That's enough to fill some of the places in Detroit that look like bombed out places in Berlin, for crying out loud. That's 12% of our homeless population. 12%. And I guarantee you don't hear any of the GOP or the Democrats talking about this. I haven't heard about it, and this was the first that she heard about it as well. And this is about as close to the source as you can get. I can't say exactly how she got the numbers, but it's pretty damn close to the source. And it boggles my mind.
Tell me the read out the number, or that message that you sent to me right before show. Read that off for me.
That was a part of a larger message. That the key that I sent you was, in the United States we have 62,619 homeless veterans. For those wondering, that is 12% of our homeless population, and that's incredible. I had no clue it was anywhere near that high. And many of these veterans are fighting issues like PTSD and depression and health issues that they're not getting cared for. And they're wanting to be a part of society. They want to continue to support the country that they protected and served, and they're not even allowed to do that because they can't even afford a roof over their head. It's tremendously, it's disparaging. Can you imagine that number of homeless vets after World War II that would have been homeless? I mean, we would have never done this in the past. This is a more recent problem.
Scott, I'm getting this continual buzzing of somebody that's like messaging either Scott Wilson or Scott Pearson, and we can't.
Not on my end.
No,
so
I don't.
It's got to be on Scott.
I don't have any current messages on mine.
On your cell? Do you have a cell that's near or on or near your? If it's on your desk, it'll pick up. I
don't know where my. It's an Android actually, but it was underneath the keyboard, so I don't think it was mine.
We have anomalies. All right, so on Zombiepalooza Radio, we often have anomalies. In about 2 minutes, I'm going to be picking up Devan Sagliani. He is an author, and so we've had him on a number of times before. I also have a couple of people that are actually trying to come on to the panel for being on the show. I did a bit of a shout out for people to be able to come on for special co-host, and I got a nice amount of response, and this is how we picked up Scott Wilson. And so next time, I think what I'm going to do is I'll bring up a different person who is a fan of the show. I'm looking for Devan right now. Devan Sagliani, I need you to hit that button. All right, and I'll get him on over here and start going through his Amazon author page. It's pretty cool. Cool thing. All right, so we're waiting for Devan to come in. Scott Pearson, what do you think about what Scott was talking about? You're a veteran yourself, and I know that you have strong things to say about that.
I've seen the reactions of the VA firsthand for homeless vets, and I will say that they have provided me with a VASH situation, Veterans Administration subsidized housing, while I needed before I started working in a dispensary here in Springs, and I never had a problem with it.
All right, I
So,
need you to go ahead and go back and forth a little bit. Give me a little bit more on this because I'm still looking for Devan. And Scott, if he shows up while I'm looking at another page, let me know.
yeah.
All right, go ahead.
No,
Oh,
I've
go
had
ahead.
issues with the VA, and I've had good experiences. I'm kind of a mixed bag.
I'm from Wisconsin, and we have had issues with our VA hospital in Toma, some very serious issues, and
Ooh,
uh, yeah,
that's
so
what
much so that they're considering closing it down.
that's
But
what I've heard about that.
mhm,
There are a number of these centers that my husband won't step a toe in. He's also a veteran, and part of the reason why this show actually got created in the first place. Hi, Devan. Welcome.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
What good? Hey, I have a couple of people I want you to meet, or re-meet again, and then one brand new person for you to meet for real. All right, so we're over at Zombiepalooza Radio, and we are going to be introducing Devan Sagliani back over to Scott Pearson, head of all things green, and our research department for Zombiepalooza Radio. Go ahead, Scott.
Devin, welcome back to the show.
Thank you so much. Now I know what everyone looks like.
I
Aha.
know, right?
Frightening, isn't it?
Kind of a little bit. You should have seen him before.
I naturally come with a huge halo of light over my head, so
I come with a halo of cat claws.
it's almost as if I never worked in Hollywood. You'd never know.
Wah! He's got the angels singing and everything in the background too. All right, and I've heard him. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, it's terrifying. It's like the angel of death.
It's a little, yeah. You know, people keep forgetting that that's an angel too, and you know, they're like they always think angels are all good guys and all of that, and then there's the angel of darkness.
And
All right.
Saint Death, don't forget.
I know, and Scott Wilson would know a little bit about that kind of stuff. We got a special co-host guest tonight because we're Sans Dead Door and Crunchy. It's Scott Wilson. Go ahead, Scott. Say hi.
hi, Devin. Pleasure to meet you.
Hey, Scott, how you doing?
Not too bad. Thank goodness we don't have the snow issues that they do further east.
Oh, yeah, that's good news.
How are you
Definitely.
doing? Are you free and clear of the snow over there, Devin?
Yeah, I'm in Los Angeles, so I saw some snow on the hillside, way out in the distance, you know. But we got nothing here. I mean, seriously, I think it started at 50 today, but I think it went up to 68. So
Wow.
it's typical LA weather.
You know, over here in Northeast Ohio, we're in Warren, Ohio. We're about maybe 20, 30 minutes away from the PA border, and we're sitting pretty. We've got maybe
That's crazy.
about a half an inch of snow. A couple days ago, it got colder than you know what, not a you know what, but we're past that.
My father-in-law's from Ohio, and he says he couldn't take the cold anymore. He said it would be 0 degrees so many times it'd be negative wind chill factor. So you guys are
Yeah.
doing very well if you don't have snow there right now.
We're not we didn't get any like news stuff. We got, like I said, we got maybe about a half an inch or something like that over here. But we're not here to talk about the snow apocalypse of 2016. Right now, what we're doing here is we're going to be talking with author Devan Sagliani. We're going to be talking about his latest works and some pretty cool stuff. So what I normally have my staff do at this point is just go ahead and mute your mic so that if anything goes flyby and all that in the background, we won't be stomping on our guest as he's telling us how he does things. So, you, Undead LA, Volume 2,
Yes.
Best
came
release.
out January 8th, 2016. I saw you on my feed, and I was like, gotta have that. Talk to people who may not be as familiar with you as most of our fan base is. For the newcomers, the kind of genre that you are writing in currently, and then we're going to get to talk about the Undead LA series.
Okay. Well, I'm a West Coast horror author. That's how I like to describe myself. And I seem to be specializing in the subgenre of zombie apocalypse. I don't know. I just started writing zombie stuff, as you know. I wrote a movie called Humans versus Zombies, and then I decided that having been born and raised in Hollywood and worked here for many years, that I had had enough. Had enough of the BS. I didn't want anything changed. I got tired of them changing things. So I started writing zombie books and just putting them out. And then I was with a publisher who shall not be named, and then I left that publisher, and now I have my own company called Laughing Crow Media.
Yes.
And
All
we put
right.
out zombie books.
Talk
And
to me.
occasionally horror books.
Talk to me. Well, you know what? What I'm going to do? I'm going to get you to talk to me about that. Laughing Crow Media.
Thank you.
Give me a second.
Just me. There's not a bunch of people on it. It's just me. It's so much responsibility.
Hey, you know what? No, really. I just recently became part of a publishing house, brand new, all of that kind of thing. And, dude, I know what goes into that kind of stuff. So when you say this is what you do, there is no way on God's green earth, again, I ever want you to, on my show ever to say it's just me. Because I know the kind of work that goes into it if you're going to do it the right way.
It's just tiring. Okay? No, but my point is that I didn't want to take on other authors because I know, having gone the small press route myself and not gotten what I hoped for, I feel like it's very difficult to do right. I see a couple small presses out there that are doing okay, and the authors seem to be happy. But for the most part, it's just a tremendous responsibility. And so I started doing it for myself, but I haven't opened up the idea of taking on other authors yet, simply because I know how much time it takes to just market my own work. So
it's a lot of. I'm head of marketing over there, so you, bing, 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 all kinds of.
Yeah, so you know.
Oh yeah, I took when I got into it, I took a month off of my show. I took the whole month of December off, and I said, all right, so I'm going to take, and I'm going to switch gears a little bit. I'm going to take a good part of what I know how to do, and now I'm going to implement it into a different structure, and I got to do it for not just me, but for what, you know, but, you know, I think that we've got some good people that are on the staff over there, and
Good.
we're going to talk about Undead LA. Get me off that topic.
Well, see, here's the thing with Undead LA. Okay, so I did the young adult zombie book series, Zombie Attack, and young adult is different than other types of books, right? And then I wrote The Rising Dead, which a lot of people think seems very similar to the movie Humans versus Zombies, except for it seems more like me. So both of those are traditional style zombie books. I kept reading that people wanted to try things that were different. And I come from a background where I used to write literary fiction and what's called transgressive fiction, stuff like Chuck Palahniuk writes. Ready Ellis is the root of it. And I used to be really into this idea of writing literary fiction. And I played around with it for a little while as I was finding my voice and working on my style. I was nominated for the Million Writers Award and a Pushcart Prize.
Yeah, you were.
I didn't really go anywhere. I just was kind of writing things randomly, and I had a very small sampling of people that were into it. So I got this idea for Undead LA. So I'd written outside of Los Angeles and in Las Vegas and in Central California, and I thought, I love LA. I'm from LA. I have to do something cool. So I started writing these different style of stories that were set during the zombie apocalypse. I set a time frame. The zombie apocalypse happens on September 20th, so it's my birthday, so I don't forget it. That's the clue there. And then I was writing these very different types of stories that didn't really focus so much on the zombies, but were driven by them. But they focused more on the people inside the zombie apocalypse. But they were all Angelinos, and Los Angeles is such a crazy, diverse city.
Yes.
You can see so much. So the first volume, I did a little tribute to LA noir detective fiction in the very first story. Those that are familiar with Michael Conley's work, especially like Harry Bosch, will see the resemblance there. And that's not an accident. That's an homage. It was intended. You can't write about Los Angeles without writing about Michael Conley or Elmore Leonard or these types of people. But I also wrote different types of stories in there that reflected the Hispanic culture and the contribution to Los Angeles. Food trucks, Roy Choi, who's famous now. Like, obviously, we had what we used to call roach coaches, which is why the story was called La Cucaracha. So I had all these interlocking stories that really dealt with Los Angeles, but then also featured the zombie stuff. And I mixed what I considered to be a little bit more of a literary style with extreme graphic violence. So these are very adult tales. And the tales loosely interlock, and the characters kind of overlap, but you got to be looking for it. It's not obvious.
Right.
Some people loved this and were just blown away, and other people were like, what is this? What did you do? What is this?
You made something new.
Because everyone always says they're tired of reading the same stuff, but then I'll get complaints of people who go, well, this is, I don't know what you're doing. You're all over the map. And so I wasn't going to make a second one. And it took me over a year to write, and the stories were so much darker. They're just darker.
Right.
But what I realized as I went to publish it, I turned to my wife and I said, I don't know if anyone's going to buy this, to be honest, but I kind of needed to do this. This is for me. These stories are really for me. And so it's been out a month. It's doing okay. It's not blowing up, say, the way that The Rising Dead did when it first started selling. When I got that back from my old publisher and started putting it out on my own, that book had been largely neglected. And so I suddenly had this new audience of people that were excited by it. Undead LA 2 has been a little slower in taking off, but I feel that the people that it's reaching are really appreciating it because that's the kind of comments that I'm getting. And I was getting emails through my website of people asking if I was going to put it out, so I'm glad I did.
I'm looking at your numbers on, I'm gonna go over to Undead LA and see what they are right now. And from what we do over at the pub house, because of the way the books are, dude, your numbers are like pretty freaking good on this. Out of millions people, okay, on Amazon that put out all kinds of things, his book, Undead LA, Volume 1, is 833,873. Or it's 833,873. What number is that, Scott?
Well, that's way out there. Undead LA 2 right now looks like it's 75,800. But you know what? All day today I've been focused on my horror novel, Saint Death. So it's free today, and it's been getting a lot of good reception, even though Facebook, of all days today, just decided that they're going to block me.
I saw that. So
Which is shocking because I've spent the last 3 days, literally, you can look on my feed, promoting other authors for free in Amazon groups. And that's what got me in trouble, is that because I was not thinking about myself, I was helping other people promote stuff and just, trying to pay it back and be cool. I've been over-posting, apparently. And so when I went to do it today, they let me post once in all the groups, and then I was going to, some of those groups have 16,000 members. It's not a big deal. They have 20 posts a minute. So I was going to go back through tonight, and it turns out I'm blocked.
All right.
Thanks, Facebook.
Saint Death, written by author Devan Sagliani. I'm going to give you a little blurb on this since Facebook won't allow it. Several young American college students on vacation for spring break in Cabo San Lucas are lured away from safety with promises of sex and drugs, only to be sacrificed by a bloodthirsty Santa Muerte cult that...
Have you seen this stuff, the Santa Muerte?
Yeah, all right.
It's really creepy.
Cult that worships death. Sagliani epitomizes what a sound and seasoned storyteller should be in stylistic prose. Saint Death sets the precedent of bone-chilling, skin-crawling horror fiction and what it ultimately strives to be. That was written by Horror News. So thank you to Horror News.
Yeah. I've had the best reviews I've ever had on this book, and it's not selling at all. It's astounding. What happened is I decided to write something outside the zombie genre, so I write a horror column
You
called
have to hear
Dreams.
this. Hold on, just give me 20 seconds.
Oh, go ahead.
Your listing at Amazon bestsellers rank, and I've never seen a number this low, 1,606.
Yeah.
Right now. It's 27 in the Kindle store in crime, listed in crime, and 58 listed in horror. So get
And
over
it's
there
absolutely free, guys. Anyone who wants it, grab a copy. I just want some reviews, so if you'll give me an honest review.
Get this book. I love the cover. Who did the cover?
Dean Summit.
All right, I know Dean.
Yeah, he does really, really great work, and I had an idea, and he put it together, and here we go. Yeah, I get a lot of compliments on that cover from him, from people that aren't interested in horror fiction at all. They're just like, wow. But the Santa Muerta thing, I write a column called Dark Dreams for The Escapist. It's a horror column, so Escapist magazine. Mm-hmm. And one of the things I was writing about was Santa Muerta, which is the real cult. It's the fastest growing religious movement in all of the world. Are people that I believe that most of them think they're Catholic, but they also practice Santa Muerta worship, which is the worship of Saint Death. So they pray to her for most of the time for money, sometimes for protection. And out of the millions of people who practice this religion, it's only a few that would do anything that is unseemly or commit murder, but it does happen.
It's all 10%. There's a 10% in everything.
Yeah, and so I took these stories that had happened, and I mixed it with some blood magic stuff that had happened in the 60s or in the 70s and 80s in Mexico as well. But these are all based off of real events. The story itself is based off of real events.
I've had some people that have
abducted and murdered.
I've had some people that have actually done works not like this, but like this in different religions and different cults and things of that sort. Sometimes they find themselves so drawn into the events that they, for a while, lose themselves in it, and it becomes them so much so that they don't have the ability to be able to concentrate really on anything else. Did you find yourself being drawn into that like that?
Oh yeah, I had the idea for the story years before, but I didn't really know what it was about. I had the storyline sort of in my head.
Right.
And when I began studying Santa Muerta to write the article about the real life stuff that had happened, I just became obsessed with it. I couldn't stop reading about it and studying it. And very quickly I realized that it fit into the storyline that I wanted to tell, like, seamlessly. It was perfect. And so I wrote this. It's a short novel. It's just over 40,000 words. Okay. But it's fast. It's very well plotted out, so I know exactly where I'm trying to take you.
Right.
So I distract the reader in the beginning, and they don't really know where they're headed. And then I grab them and I pull them along. And there's a few really interesting surprises. One of the first reviews I got from it from a fellow author noted that it had similarities to the movie Hostel. And I took this as a great compliment because, to me, there was a wink at that movie. I happen to really enjoy that series, at least the first and the second one. But yeah, so for fans of that type of horror meets like true crime / thriller, it's a fast, scary read. And most of the people that read it that have come back and talked to me about it, and this is no joke, it's like 9 out of 10 people are telling me that they had graphic nightmares after reading it. So be warned, it's actually scary because it's the kind of thing that you fear could happen to you, or someone.
I want you to. Do you have that book with you, or do you have the manuscript?
Yeah.
In front of you? All right.
I can pull it up on the computer.
A lot of times what I'll do is I'll talk with the authors or the creatives about the first line of their works and the importance of that first line. Not so much, well, in the beginning I was talking about that first paragraph because it very often sets the tone for everything else that's coming. Or it gives you a nice vignette of what you're in store for, and it also is a massively powerful statement that will either draw your reader into the world right away, or maybe give it a little peek of curiosity and you'll say, okay, I've got to go a little further, and then you grab them. But that first line, what I want to know about that first line is, first of all, how many words are in your first line?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You also do psychic work, don't you? Do you do?
I haven't for years. That's odd that you would know that. Are you psychic or something?
Oh, Mr. Scott Wilson, what do you have to say about that?
There we go. Very interesting. I read a lot, and my favorite books
Your answer is
have
yes.
those opening lines that just draw you in. In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit.
Right.
All right.
And
So-
that pretty much drew me in from the point where I was a little boy who happens to share a birthday with Bilbo and Frodo, 2 days after you, Devan.
That's helpful. That's helpful.
And to now as a 44-year-old man who is introducing The Hobbit to my nieces and nephews. Not through the movies, but through the books, just like
Right.
Grandpa did.
Hey,
Right.
Scott.
And
Hey,
yes,
Scott. That's nice where you're going, but that's not really where I was trying to get. Your answer to Devan is yes.
yes.
I have an 83% hit rate.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was another reason why I asked the question before that about how much your being, not just out here and your external, but your internal, was wrapped up all in this. And if I wanted to do a reading on it, I could do it, and you'd be like, "Oh my God, she's been spying on me." But I'm not going to do that. I want to get back to now the reason why, the reason why I asked Scott Wilson to answer that question is because he's known me for about 4 or 5 years, and he's used all kinds of stuff on my main wall.
He's seen it in action, I'm sure.
Yes. So, and he and I have had a number of interesting conversations. But let's get back to your 7 words. So we're going to go back to your first line, and in 7 words, what you are going to do is not only grab their attention, but you are going to have them so set into it that they can't put the thing down once they actually get it. And so they'll read it in probably either a number of hours or maybe a couple of days, depending on what their schedule is like, and then they'll come back to you and they will tell you what you did was psychologically push buttons within me that I didn't even know were there.
I tend to just try to go with the voice inside of me, but it's interesting that you brought up psychic work, because I think that the same place that type of feeling or intuition comes from is the exact same place that the voice that does the writing comes from.
Yes.
So I found that to be a really interesting commentary. And I didn't plot it out that the first sentence of this book should be 7 words. I just kind of get a voice that starts talking, and I try to follow that as much as I can.
Let's go and turn it over to you and give me that first sentence.
God, it doesn't seem that powerful in this one, but it says, Alexis could no longer feel her feet, is the first sentence of Saint Death.
There you go, folks. All right, so when you go and talk about that particular line, there are a number of reasons why someone could not feel their feet. They might be doing some intuitive work and decide that they're going to go into this urethral part and start doing their own thing up there. Or they could be out walking and get frostbite. Or they could find out that they've just become paralyzed. Or you see how this goes.
Mm-hmm.
So allowing for a line like that, the reader will in some way connect with it, because we've all gotten to there. Sometimes people can't feel their feet because they fell asleep, and you're like, well, okay, is this going to be a snore, or is this going to be something that's going to grab me? Now, the other beautiful part about that is that cover that Dean made. What that does is it paints a very creative vignette of what is going to be happening within that story, and I would imagine that the object which is on the front cover somehow manifests itself as they're going through this book.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, in Santa Muerta, they have a picture. They call her the Bony Lady, or our Most Holy Lady of Death. And in many altars, they use an actual human skeleton or a life-size replica that's dressed up in either a wedding dress or there's different versions of this too.
Yes.
But the most popular one is a wedding dress. We wanted to use something darker to show the dark implication of this, because these people are not normal Santa Muerta practitioners. Like I said, most Santa Muerta practitioners are benign. They say prayers, they light candles, that's it. But this is a horror book, so it's about a group of people that took it too far, just in the same way that a Christian group might, or something else.
I know Scott Pearson is over there biting at the bit, so I'm going to let you come in and.
Scott.
What do you think about this this book here, Saint Death?
I'm loving it. I gotta ask you, what was your inspiration for writing this?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I'd been studying it for the article. I write a bi-monthly horror column for Escapist magazine online. And so I've been fascinated by this subject since, I think probably Breaking Bad was the first time I saw Santa Muerta. A lot of people say that too, so it's ironic that was the exposure.
Now I know where that comes from. All right, I got it.
But it's very popular. I mean, just on the news tonight, I was watching the news before you called, and they said a church in downtown LA they found human remains in, and my wife came running in and said, I wonder if it's Santa Muerta, because there's several Santa Muerta churches here. So it is fascinating, and obviously, you're worshiping death, the saint of death, so it provides a lot of room for somebody who writes horror to play with our darkest fears. So that's what I did, is I really tried to plot it out so that it would be fast and fun to the reader, but really scary. I try to find that balance, so I hope that readers will see that. And like I said, most people that have read it have come back and said that it reads rather quickly because it's short, and that they have nightmares. So if you're the type of person who thinks they can't be scared by reading a book, please read this and let me know if it worked or not. So
Hashtag scary good.
Hopefully.
Go ahead, Scott. Do you have anything else for him?
I'm sorry. When you're writing, do your characters ever direct which way your story's going to go away from what you had originally outlined?
Always. Isn't that crazy, too? How can they take on their own life? Because you'll set down a loose plot structure. I know exactly what I want them all to do. And then they just start doing whatever they want. And I'm like, I've got to rewrite all this stuff and change it up.
I call this method
zombie attack books. I kept discovering that I was done with a chapter and didn't even realize it because I had notes of what I wanted it to do, and they had gone a different direction, and I realized, well, now I'm done, and I've got to replot this. So I hear a lot of writers say that. It's funny how the characters kind of speak to you and start telling you what they want to do. Once they've been created, they get in my head, and then they're just running around doing whatever they want. And then they begin telling me what they want to do. Like, I have characters from the Rising Dead series that keep telling me what they would like to do in new books if I ever decide to write them. And I'm like, guys, you're not up right now. So It is funny how that happens.
We're going to go over to Scott Wilson, and we're going to get him to ask his first question if he wants to.
Yes. The whole death culture, doesn't that kind of revolve around the Day of the Dead in Mexico, which has been slowly but surely getting more popular exposure, like most recently with the James Bond film Spectre? The whole opening sequence takes place.
Either. Oh, I can't wait to see that.
Oh yeah. The point where you realize it's Bond in a skeleton costume. I mean, it's like, whoa, he's right in the thick of it.
Spoiler alert.
Uh-oh. Hasn't seen it yet, Scott.
It's oops. Well, then we won't talk about Star Wars either.
I've seen Star Wars, but I got to tell you, one of the funniest things is watching my 8-year-old niece just spurred out the most important parts of Star Wars, and my sister-in-law come running out of the bedroom going, "I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it." And she ruined it for everyone. We were laughing so hard.
Oh man!
What are you gonna do?
I haven't seen it yet either. So just
no. That's a valid question, and I think this is like I included the article that I wrote for The Escapist in there because it explains the history of Santa Muerta and how it differentiates from Day of the Dead. It's fascinating. It would take a little bit to explain, but long story short, this practice has gone back in Mesoamerica of worshiping death. They have it on records back from the Spanish Inquisition period, so it's been around for a while, but it's just taken a new
further than that,
face.
this sounds like it actually comes even back to the Mayans, because
Right.
all of that. That's
what I'm saying. Like, this is back in the 16th century during the Spanish Inquisition. There was a record, allegedly, of somebody tying up a skeleton and then whipping it and demanding that it give them power and fortune and money. And they said they thought these were early indications, and the Day of the Dead should not be conflated with the idea of Santa Muerta, because Santa Muerta is Saint Death, is the worship of Saint Death,
right?
Which is a distinctly different practice, where the Day of the Dead is a remembrance of people that have passed.
People who have passed, right?
And one is fun and colorful, and the other is much more pious, I would say. Like I said, most Santa Muerta practitioners, I don't want people to get the idea that they're all freaky, gonna get you, creepy horror people. Nothing could be further from the truth. This was just exploiting the idea because, it's the idea is that, and it's the idea behind the Hostel series. I just talked about this in my Escapist column, the last one I did, is that Americans have this deep-set paranoia that other people in the world want to harm them. And after 9/11, in a post-9/11 world, they began to realize you're never really safe anywhere. The idea of safety was an illusion. And shockingly to many Americans after 9/11 was that they didn't know that many people in the world hate them because they're American. That a lot of people in Europe and other places in the world have a really negative opinion of Americans due to years of foreign policy or whatever the reason is. But for many Americans after 9/11, this was like a shock. We believed that everyone loved Americans. Come on, we're freedom. We do everything for you. We're always there. Americans were shocked. They were shocked to find out.
Circles that you travel in, though, because
so you go down to Mexico.
My circles, I know that's not the case.
So you go down to Mexico, and what you have happening there is, basically a failed state, practically. Like drug cartels have completely destroyed Latin America in so many ways, right? So this book is taking those fears that we have of real things that are happening, and it's describing them because it's the cartel that's ordering the cult to provide sacrifices for their soldiers. But this is based on reality. Down there, right, cartels are beginning to demand that their soldiers practice human sacrifice to Santa Muerta as a sign of loyalty to the drug cartel. Mm-hmm. And then it also becomes religious. So the more you torture someone to death, now traditionally they don't do this to random people. They do it to other rival gang members and cartel members from other cartels, more so than just your average people. They don't just randomly. That's not the idea behind it. But again, I thought that same idea from Hostel of having the thing that you fear the most. So the idea that Mexicans hate Americans or that they hate gringos, you know, this idea of the rich gringo having everything and being a target, you know, it goes all the way back, in my opinion, to the idea of, you know, like, if you recall, did you ever see that old cartoon with Pinocchio where he gets lured away to the island where all the boys can just do whatever they want and party all the time, and then they ultimately turn into asses, and then they're sold off? It's like an old morality tale, you know, of wandering off the beaten path and of doing the wrong thing, putting you in harm's way. And this happens. People go down to Mexico and they get out of control and they think there's no rules, and once you get out of those resorts, anything could happen to you.
Right.
So I really wanted to play on this idea. I think that what I've heard from a lot of people is they read the story and there's, you know, an entertainment factor, it's fiction. Then they read the article that I include with it afterwards, and they realize
it's not.
This happens to some people, not
Right.
quite like this, but this is all based off of reality. And then it becomes much more, the book seems much scarier after that, I think. So
A lot of times what I do is, so when I have authors on and they write like apocalyptic kinds of works or even horror kinds of works, especially within the last couple of months, I ask them, what would you do if your book or pieces of your book actually unfolded right before you? So this is a kind of the side of the, all right, you've seen what people can do to each other for
Yeah.
the sake of gaining power, prestige, mysticism, upheld,
or,
you know,
or
that,
even just for fun because they're a sociopath, you know?
right. So
If there were no rules, there are some people, if there was no rules, who knows what they would do, you know?
for some, there are no rules. That is
Right, I
already
mean,
a
if you-
thing.
Well, that's what I'm
already
saying. If you're dealing with a
Right.
cartel member who lives
Right.
in an area
him-
that the police are owned by the cartel, he has no rules, and then he can do whatever he wants. So,
I-
yeah, it's definitely some scary people. And if you're going to write horror, you want to write about things that are truly terrifying. I think
used
that's
to-
absolutely.
I used to travel in a very interesting group on the Hill, and that's all I'm going to say about that. And their whole mindset about how things were done and why they were done and all of that, after a while, it just became normal, and this is the way it is. And their, let's just say, their idea of what normal is and some outsiders' idea of what normal is kind of like two different things. So for them, that's happening right now. That's the way that it is. That's structured. It's been like that for
Right.
decades upon decades. And
Right,
so
when you try to
that's how
talk
we do.
Wall Street reform and they're like, you
Right.
just don't understand it. I know it's a popular buzz topic in the news to say this and that, but inside the Beltway and inside where the actual trading's happening, they laugh at us when we say we're going to do these things, you know?
Right. And so, you know, it's kind of crazy like that. What I'm interested in, though, is because in a way you've exposed something that is, we would say, forbidden. Have you ever had anybody that actually travels in such a circle either private message you or publicly say, you shouldn't be talking about this because this is something that is private to us?
No, and I was concerned about that at
Right.
one point. I thought, well, because I'm talking about a thing that actually exists, and that's why I try to make it really clear that I'm not attacking people that worship Santa Muerta. Because I do believe in religious tolerance and freedom of religion. Santa Muerta practitioners do not commit human sacrifices. There are some people who worship Santa Muerta who do. And it's fascinating, like I said, in the same way a serial killer is fascinating. But I think because I've attempted to be very respectful about it, and because I love Mexico, and it's clear from the way that I write it, I believe, that I'm not attacking Mexicans, I'm not attacking people of faith, I'm not attacking Catholics, and I'm not attacking Santa Muerta. Now, that all being said, of course, I don't condone human sacrifice or torture, so
Right.
I'm not condoning that in any way.
Right.
And also, I think at this stage, the book is still relatively new. I didn't know what would happen when I decided to make a right turn out of zombie fiction and just do something different. And so far, it's been kind of slow, as I said, coming off the ground. Today, it's been great because we're doing a promo on it. And people like you have been helping me, and thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It makes me wonder, if it did get a bunch of attention and started selling well, would I have those problems? Will I have those problems? Because I think it's probably one of the best things I've ever written. And critically, it's the best reviewed I've ever had. People that actually bothered to read it and review it are like blown away. So I wonder if it isn't a sleeper hit. I do wonder if it became more popular if practitioners, and there's a lot of them in Los Angeles as well, where I live, if somebody would reach out to me and say, hey, I disagree with this, or yes, this was right on in this part, or how they would respond.
All right, let's go to something totally outside the loop, but still kind of in the provocative. There was that book called 50 Shades of whatever, and right, and those people that follow in that particular group, there were a lot of them that said, hey, you got this submissive stuff all wrong. You're doing this, that, and the other. This almost makes it look like it's a joke, and it's not anything that we would really subscribe to. And, you know, seriously, you really screwed up, lady, when you made this. They got very, very public. But then that book got so well known that, I mean, there were all kinds of things that were done off of that.
Sure. There's even a new parody coming out from the Wayans brother called 50 Shades of Black or something, I believe.
Right.
So.
I don't believe that you're going to get people that are going to say that you got it wrong. My thing is that you got it really way right, and they're going to be kind of like, you know, what else do you know? So they might be wondering too.
I'll just tell them not to mess with me because I got Jackie on my side, and she's got fangs. She will come at you. Have you seen her? She not only does she know magic, but she's got fangs, man. Nobody's gonna mess with you.
Yeah, don't mess with that. And thank you for that. I appreciate that. All right,
and I'll keep doing my Buddhist protection prayers, no matter what.
I think that's a very good idea. I've been kind of straying away from my Buddhist side. Just been
it's the do not retaliate part that takes a lot of practice. I'm really working hard on not saying anything and not getting, you know, when something happens, just trying not to react.
I had something today. Just as a matter of fact, it was not even a couple hours before show. I don't like SpongeBob. I think SpongeBob is sponge rot. Okay, you should not. Kids should run from it. But I put this meme up, and it was something like, if you know me, tell me something about myself that you know, that SpongeBob. Do you know that someone that I haven't spoke to in years, and I mean we're talking 3 or 4 or maybe 5 years, finally popped up and said, You're part of a press now. You're part of you know, all of this blah blah blah, and you're supposed to be professional. And why would you put something like what he was pissed off about wasn't the SpongeBob the picture. It was how it was worded, because it was worded we'll talk street talk wise.
Yeah, just like you talk when you're hanging out with your friends. Colloquial.
Right.
It's a fancy writer term for it.
They were all wound out about that, and so I looked at that and I let him have his little say, and then I wrote, my last line to him was, I'm done with you, or I'm about done with you, or something like that, and then I blocked him and I did whatever I did. But I was wondering if in fact I should have taken a different task, but then a piece just came over me, and it was like, he's the 10%. You've got other things you need to, because it was distracting. I was supposed to be actually doing something else I was supposed to be doing, and I wasn't doing that, so I was so focused in, I was still carrying the water and chopping the wood on this guy. And
yeah, for sure, right?
can't do that.
You can never predict either what the thing's going to be. But when it gets you, and then you're in that position of, okay, now what do I do? And most of us, it's just reactionary. You know, you're used to like, hey, look, I'm not going to take smack from someone. I've got to learn to, you know, stand up for myself, or whatever it is that's going through your head. It might be, I can't believe they said that. But all of that's just noise, and you have to make a decision that will actually be useful. So I think your decision was very useful.
I appreciate that. I talked to a couple of heads over at the press, and because I was more wound out that he had taken it to a personal level of saying, you know, hey, you're a part of this press house, and who do you think you are by putting this illiterate meme out there? You're not being, you know, you're taking away.
It's crazy what people decide to say too.
SpongeBob, for God's sake.
I paid a bunch of money recently to Facebook to run some ads for my Zombie Attack series, which I'd never done, and I'd always wanted to see how it would work. And somebody commented on it and said, "Oh yeah, real original, like that hasn't been done." And it was so hard because that was the thing that got me. Because here's what I thought. I worked really hard to learn how to write. I practiced a really long time. I went to college. I paid for all this, right? I'm working and paying for it. I wrote these books. I'm promoting them. I'm putting all this energy in. I had to make covers. I'm spending money on Facebook. And then here this guy just comes along and with one little comment just reduces me to, oh, you're an unoriginal hack.
Right.
And it really started to get me heated. And then I stopped. I have my own methods where I try, you know, and I stopped before I started getting escalated into it, and because it was getting in there, it was starting to really irk me. And I did something that I've reminded myself to do. I clicked his profile. Rather than blocking him, I clicked him, and I looked at who he was. It was a 10-year-old kid with like 3 friends. And I began laughing because I thought, you know, this is what I'm talking about. Like, why get heated over nothing? What the hell does he know about anything? You know, he's going to put me on blast. He's never written a book, you know.
Wow.
He's 10. He doesn't know.
Wow.
He doesn't even know. He's just decided to randomly choose to say that. So, and I thought, well, this is why it's important that we not take ourselves too seriously. Because that comment, bless you, that comment could have ruined my whole day, maybe even a week, you know. And instead of letting that get to me and thinking, oh, I'm spending money and then this is going to look bad, you know? It's like, it's difficult, I know, but when I can do stuff like that, it's just so much easier. Being a writer and being an author and being an indie author is so hard as it is. And you have to have things that you tell yourself to keep going. I think I want to quit like once a month. I want to quit. I'm like, but I love doing it. It's not because I don't like writing. It's the amount of energy that goes into promoting. You know, I have the same lament all indie authors have. I wish I could spend all of my time writing and just be, you know, famous for it on my own and sell enough to be able to keep doing that without having to promote all the time. As you know, promotion takes, if you're doing it right, it takes so much energy. And you can't just put everything into, like, automated Hootsuite. You got to have interactivity. You know what you got to have genuine.
I hate the most, because I've been doing a lot of activity on Twitter lately. And big shout out to all my Twitter fans over there. All 1,091. Woo! I got the number up. It was like only like 800 and something, but in like course of 3 or 4 days, I brought it up to where it is. But that takes, you know, what I find
Twitter
though.
madman, so I know I'm all about Twitter.
You know, right? It's all about how much where your focus is, and the other thing is that I've learned that so many other people really need to get is that you cannot be successful at what you do until you rise up someone else. You've got to put that into perspective. Now, sometimes we go astray and we help rise up the wrong person, but it's still the matter of making sure that you don't get too big for your britches and you go and you still help others to be able to make a nice leap. All right, so what I need for you to do right now, because we're at that point.
We're there.
We're almost past that point.
Let me just stay on forever.
You know, one of these days I'm going to bring you on for a 5-hour co-host. Like I've got Scott over there doing his first time, and
That's right.
and we'll see how that one goes.
I would love to do that, but they're going to have to put up with a barking Jack Russell Terrier at some point because she's been out on a walk for an hour.
All right, here. I need you to give me your links. Give me wherever your social media is and all of that kind of stuff.
So everything is under my name, which is Devan Sagliani. So it's spelled weird, as we all know. So it's DevanSagliani.com. Twitter is /Devan Sagliani. Facebook is /Devan Sagliani. Instagram, you name it. And then all of my books you can see on my site, DevanSagliani.com. Or you can go through Smart Links. smarturl.it/Devan Sagliani goes to all of my books.
Cool.
So that way, no matter what country you're in, it'll show up on the appropriate Amazon. I love those because it makes it really simple for people. And then I never forget.
It's called Smart Links what?
It's a smart URL.
Okay.
So it's smarturl.it. And then you put your /. So I make mine all custom. So it's /Devan Sagliani. But all of my books are listed like that too, like Undead LA1, /Undead LA2, /Saint Death.
Cool.
And then anyone that goes in there, it's a single link that refers you. If you're in India, it takes you to Indian Amazon. If you're in Canada, it takes you to Canadian Amazon. Wherever you're at, it takes you to a store where you can purchase that book, so that you'll see a lot of times in the promo they'll be like US link, UK link, whatever.
Right.
This just does it all. It's a one-stop shop.
When did you find out about this?
Where else would I find out about it? From the Queen, Shayna Festa tells me everything. Back in the day, Shayna was like, "You're doing it all wrong, Dev. Don't use Google links. Use this." So I miss her. She's been really busy.
The Bookie Monster, and I haven't been able to get her on for like forever because
I haven't been talking to her as much lately. I miss her because she's been so busy with work. So.
That's awesome, though. Shanna Festa, you're awesome. We love you over at Zombiepalooza Radio. BookieMonster.com. Get over there.
Yeah. How did I get all the way through the show without shouting out my homie? She'd be so mad if I didn't. Thank you for saving me with that one. I'm tired. My wife is 8.5 months pregnant, so I'm never fully here. I'm only partially here most of the time.
We need to get going. Thank you so much for coming on our first hour of Zombiepalooza Radio, first time in 2016. Tell your wife thank you very much. Get that dog back in the house. It's got to be cold, or maybe not, or maybe it's too hot over there. Get him in the house.
That's right. Get in the house.
I'll talk to you later.
Thank you so much. See you guys later.
Pleasure to meet you, Devin.
Woohoo!
All right, bye.
All right, bye-bye. Go ahead up to the top and click the red phone. All right, we're going to go over to another guest of ours that we've had on. Yeah, I guess for a hot minute. My kids are always trying to get my phone. And oh, wait a minute. Hey, check this out. For anybody that really, really enjoys Yoda. Is it going to show it on there or not?
It's black.
Oh, man. No, oops, wait a minute. It's black, but it's not now. Check that badass out.
Oh, that's sweet. That's from the one of the prequel ideas, right?
Hang on, wait a minute. I'm gonna. There's my daughter in the background. That's Lee. All right.
Hello.
And that's Nico. You guys. No, you're not getting. Well, yeah, you can have some coffee. Go ahead. It's black again. All right, there you go. I'm not exactly sure where I picked that up at, but yeah, they're talking about doing a younger series where he's badass in his younger days.
That's the way the Disney effect is going. They're doing a lot of prequel stuff.
Here.
Matter of fact, I heard that they were pushing back the release of the second one of the new trilogy back to December. So we might not have it in theaters until close to Christmas.
All right, is that for the Star Wars or is that
that's for Star Wars and the Abrams Disney effect of them buying out Lucasfilm. They're doing a lot of prequels.
Do you know that Lucasfilm is still doing the Star Wars thing, but they're I don't know. I just don't understand any of that. I think that he should just take it back and just go back to doing what he does best. But what are you gonna do?
I was a fan of the prequel series. I liked even the first one, even though it was kind of long and there was a big gap between the first and the second film.
Right.
I love the fact that we went back and we saw a time when there was a ton of Jedi and there was a ton of trainees and you had a great Jedi Council. It was awesome to look at. And this is from a kid that saw Star Wars in the theater opening night in '76.
Shh. I think I saw that too. I have coffee right here. Or is that hot? Then pass it over here.
Coffee.
Stick that in there. All right. Let's mix it in there with my hot chocolate. All right,
and on a very cool note, while we were saying goodbye to Devan, I went to his Facebook page. I found him. It was relatively painless. And he is now officially a friend of mine on Facebook. So it's that quick and that painless.
All right.
Welcome back, Scott.
Hi, Scott. How you doing? All right, we got 4 minutes before I bring on David Lund. Talk to me a little bit more about some of the issues that veterans face in 2016.
Oh, it's as my friend described to me, and mind you, she's a former Marine. She's dying of blood cancer, very rare blood cancer. Sweet lady. It's worse than just saying thank you for your service and kicking you in the butt. There's a lot of these veterans from the Gulf War all the way up through the current theaters of operations that get done with their tours of duty and their service to their country and are no longer a part of the military, and sometimes their benefits don't cover what they need.
Right.
And you know, PTSD is a horrible thing. I'm a psychology major. I know these things, and it's hard to even function on a level sometimes. And you know, bless Scott for getting all the treatment he can get right now, and for what he needs. But there are lots of people like in our state that actually can't get the treatment that they need, and they're getting mistreated, as a matter of fact.
Right.
So they'd rather, like you said with your husband Ken, he would rather go off his own way than go into some of these treatment facilities. And you know, the staggering number is 62,000 plus on the streets, and that's a huge segment of the population. I heard that, and it's just, my heart just went, because I couldn't imagine it was that high, and that nobody was talking about it. You know, none of the Republican frontrunners, none of the Democratic frontrunners have even mentioned this that I know of, and I kind of pay attention to that sort of thing. And you know, it's a sad thing. I mean, I can understand me not getting benefits because I never made it through basic training. I never wore my uniform or carried my rifle into a combat situation, or never even attended as a properly trained soldier my guard meetings. But
Right.
you know, I can see that because you know, Med 40 discharge is not, you know, diddly squat. But when it comes right down to the way that they treat the ones that actually serve, I mean, both my roommates are Gulf War veterans, and they both have serious health issues because of it. And you know, they're finding it difficult to even treat with government help some of their medical issues.
Right.
And it's a tragedy, and you know, it's out there, and education is the key. We have to educate our friends and our neighbors and our family about that maybe that person sitting over in the corner, on the street corner, carrying their clothes in a bag and you know, covered with a sleeping bag, and happens to be sleeping out overnight, isn't there by choice. Maybe it's there because that's where they are.
Right.
You know?
It's a very serious matter. I know that there are some cities and states around the country that are trying to actually make this less of a burden for our veterans. But I think it's like, in some cases, it's too little too late. We not only have veterans on the street that are homeless, we've got veterans on the street that are dying, and they're dying from hunger. We're in America here. We should not have veterans who put everything they got into being able to protect our country or stand up for our country or do the right thing on the streets, starving to death. And that is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to, not all veterans are crazed out in the head. Not all veterans have post-traumatic stress disorder. Not all veterans, if they want to own a gun, are going to go around and shoot places up. There's so many things out there. When somebody hears that the person's a veteran, that are put out by the media to make them look like they're less of a human being than what they really are. Now, there is the 10% rule. Everybody knows I believe in the 10% rule. 10% of you, probably even 10% of the people that are listening to this show, are assholes, just because. But there are assholes in every group. Every race, every nationality, every religion, every sect of people, there are that 10%. And then you've got the 10% in each one of the groups. Not everybody who says they're rowing in the same direction are really doing that. Some of those people that are in your boats that you call friends and that you think are moving the way you need them to do, they're putting holes in your boat.
Right. And that's the way life goes. I mean,
right.
You're with
David,
whoever. Go ahead.
We have David Lund, and I would like David Lund to push that button. Scott, when he gets in, let me know, because I'm not looking at my board there right now.
All right. And
he's coming. I know he's been
it
on the show a couple of times. Hi,
it
Scott.
Took me a minute.
Welcome back, Scott. How are you doing, Scott?
There he is.
I got. Hi. How are you?
Hello. He's got his phone on mute, or his mic on mute. There he is.
Is there anybody out there?
Give me a second. Oh, you gotta get me off of the wherever you got me on there. If you're listening also on the Zombiepalooza Radio YouTube channel, please have that turned on while we've got you on the Google Hangout so we don't have the feedback and all that. David Lund, welcome back to Zombiepalooza Radio. I'm going to introduce you again, or reintroduce you to Scott Pearson, head of all things green and our research department for Zombiepalooza Radio. Go.
Welcome to the show. I'm really looking forward to this, and apologies, Jackie, that was me. I wasn't plugged in.
That's all right. All right, and we also have a special co-host with us for the next at least 4 hours. His name is Scott Wilson, and Scott Wilson is bringing on, between breaks, we're talking about veterans issues and different kinds of things that people go through when they're finding themselves having to deal with the VA, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this is Scott Wilson, David Lund, Mr. Scott Wilson.
Hi, Dave. How you doing? Pleasure to meet you.
Do we have sound on, David?
I'm not sure.
Hey, Dave. I can't. If you're talking, I can't hear you, hon.
And I'm not hearing him either.
All right. Staff, go ahead and mute your mics while I work out what's going on with this.
Okay.
David, if you can actually hear me, what I would like you to do is back out and come back in again. And I'm going to type him a message too. Oh, there. I guess he did. Let's see if we can get him to come back in again. I might need to get him a different link. Hi, Dave. How are you?
Doing well. Can you hear me this time?
Good, good. Yes, I gotcha. Thank you so much for coming in. And you know what? I'm going to raise my sounds up on my boards too. Make sure that whoa, that was kind of in my ear right there. Yeah, we've got put that up on there and make sure that that's there. Okay, I changed mine too. Everything good?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay, yeah, I raised up a bit.
Can you hear me?
Why do I have a child?
Can you hear me?
All right, Billy?
Yeah.
Okay, dude, I guess I was supposed to be bringing you on this week, but I didn't have you in my schedule. That's why you didn't get an email or anything. And
Hold on, I gotta shut this off over here. Okay, what? Now I can hear you. What's up?
Great. Okay, cool. I think there was a scheduling error. I don't have you on my list of people for this evening, and I have a full house. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to reschedule you, and I'm going to bring you back on the 29th. Is that going to be okay for you?
I gotta look at the schedule. Like I said, if I'm not working that night, I could do it. If I am,
see, here's the deal. What I do is when you'll get a show date and a spot to be able to do it. I will send you out an email. I will message you. I will do all of that stuff. That's why I was kind of confused as to why Lisa was trying to get you in. And I don't really talk to Lisa about scheduling for my show unless I'm bringing on people from her pub house. So so that's why it's really not willy-nilly over here. I promise you.
No, that's great.
Okay. So I want to make sure.
Willy-nilly.
I want to make sure that we get you on and properly scheduled and all of that. What you're going to do for me is you're going to give me like the next 3 or 4 Fridays that you have where you know that you can get a time spot. And then we'll make sure that we take care of you in a proper fashion so that everything goes in no glitches.
Awesome. Thank you. Yes, I will let you know.
I appreciate you very much. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, I'll see you then.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, just go ahead and scroll up to the, there you go. Wow, that's the first time that's ever happened to you, Dave.
Hey, you know,
Sorry.
it's going to happen. I don't care. It's, you know, we're having fun. What, this is like the 6th or 7th time I've been on?
I don't know. How many times you've been on? Why don't we talk about that while I go pull up your stuff over here for Winchester Undead, you wonderful, awesome author, you.
I'm just living the dream. All I want is one tweet. One tweet from Oprah.
Me
Why
too.
is that so hard? Just one tweet from Oprah, then I figured we could all retire on my private island, and we'd have a good time.
I think that would be pretty sweet. All right, I'm going over to get your email and all of that other kind of fun stuff. So,
big news, right?
for people who do not know the kind of genre that you normally write in, why don't you go tell them a little bit about that, and then we'll get on to it.
The easiest way to describe this is that the Winchester Undead series is detail accurate, prepper-based zombie apocalypse with a little bit of conspiracy theory craziness thrown in.
Why is it important to be able to get the detail right?
Oh, that's the big question, isn't it? I've had too many stories ruined because I'm a huge fan of the genre to begin with, and then just reading in general, and most authors are. And I've had too many stories just absolutely ruined because the author didn't ask somebody or didn't research or didn't care and just had a situation that wouldn't exist. Let me give you the perfect example, and that's Brad Thor. Everybody knows Brad Thor, right? Huge author. I'd be lucky to sell half as many books as he sells. And he has, in one of his books, he has this like all-female special forces team. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
But they're all using these Icarus FX parachutes for tactical insertions instead of like MT1Xs or something like that. The FX is an old design, high performance parachute, one of the first cross base canopies commercially produced. I know you care because you're not a skydiver, but
My husband would, though, because he used to jump out of those planes in a group of 12.
Yep. And you know the FX was used for swooping until newer, better designs came out, and it would never be used to land on a rooftop like he had in their book. And it's just like, oh, it burned me up. It just drove me crazy. And that was one of those things where I went, if I ever get around to actually writing this book right, I'm going to try really hard not to do that. And so here we are. The fourth book's about to come out, and it's almost a sickness. I'm pretty sure I'm on some lists now from all the research and the people I've reached out to and stuff for all the.
Your book, your new one's coming out in is it scheduled for April?
It is April. It's scheduled for April. There's a slim chance it might be slightly earlier, but April is pretty guaranteed. And
look at that! I'm just reading what you have here.
You got to that other paragraph.
Oh wow! Oh wow! This is any author out there that well, man, you'd be chomping at the bit. Take a listen to this. Also releasing in April 19th is For Real Trade paperback printed under the Permuted Platinum program via Simon & Schuster, and it's going to be available at your local stores. You made it. When did that happen? And congratulations, and that's hard work. I know you had a hard road to toe. That's amazing.
It doesn't feel real. I'll tell you that. It's like all this kind of like this dreamscape. To say I'm excited to be of an understatement. I'm scared to get too excited in case that something happens.
Right, but
you know.
Oh.
And no, I found out about it. About 4 months ago, and then it went live on Simon & Schuster's website a few months ago, and I haven't really said much about it yet. I've been waiting for it to kind of build and get closer. But what they've done is they've bound book 1 and 2, which is Winchester Over and Winchester Prey, into an omnibus for Winchester Undead 1. That's how they're releasing it. And then, if everything goes well, book 3 and 4 will be bound, and then books 5 and, let me tell you a secret nobody knows, book 6, we're actually going to do 6, will be bound. And so there'll be 3 trade paperbacks out, hopefully. That's crazy this sounds. That's looking like 2019 by the time all that's done.
Oh yeah, this is going to take a while because they do everything the right way. You know, there's people that are putting out books that are just kind of slapping them out there, not really paying attention to how they look or what they sound like. And then there are people that they take everything into high regard because they're, you know, they have their large publishing name that's, you know, that says who they are, and if they put something out that's not pristine, it's going to look bad on them, so they're going to make sure everything's done right for you.
Yeah, I know, and
that's crazy good.
What I'm excited about is my friend Jason, and you don't know Jason. Jason's my friend who's standing on the cover.
Oh.
With awesome tattoos, and how we met was we have the same tattoo guy. And I don't know, this was 6-7 years ago we met. We've become fast friends, and when I decided to actually publish his first book, I reached out to him. I said, hey Jason, I want you to be on the cover. Here, hold my rifle. And he had never held an AR before. And I had a location, we did a whole shoot, and I've been shooting my cover since, and he's been on He's on the cover of book 4. If you're on the newsletter, if you're on my newsletter, you saw the sneak peek of the cover this week. And he's on book 1 and 2. Rihanna, another friend who has the same tattoo guy I do, she is on book 3 on Winchester Quarry, looking extremely hardcore. I don't know if you've seen that cover.
It's very cool. I like that. All right, so we have another part that's right underneath that. It says the Great Northern Expedition, an epic 3-week journey to the Tetons, Yellowstone, and Glacier with 3 families, and they're going to have daily posts on camp craft, camp cooking, how to do photography, epic photographs, and a daily chance to win special GNE swag.
That's right. You know, this is the 100th anniversary of our park system. I don't know if you've seen that.
I've been watching some of that through there.
Yeah, and there's 3 of us, 3 families together, and we all grew up together. We're all married off and have kids now. And last year we had a bit of a reunion camp, and then the 3 of us all went our separate ways for the year and started building. I'm building. If you follow me on Instagram, you've seen the family adventure van that I've taken this Ford Econoline and built it into this off-road monster van with ham radios and cell phone repeaters and a giant roof rack I welded up and stuff like that. My other buddy's building another Ford van, and then the other guy has built an adventure trailer with enclosure and a rack-mounted tent off of an old military trailer, and he's welding all this up. And so there's going to be 3 families. There's 13 of us total. There's 6 kids, and we're taking 3 weeks to hit the Tetons, Yellowstone, and Glacier, and I'm bringing everybody along. And
That's
so there's
awesome.
going to be daily posts. There's going to be a lot of Instagram stuff, a lot of photography, but we're going to have a lot of posts on stuff like cooking in a campfire, how to pick your tent, choose your tent, set up your tent, just various campcraft stuff that people may not know about. You know, these are the kind of trips that even just 4 years ago, 5 years ago, I just dreamed of being able to do, and I'm finally in a position where I'm able to do it.
That's
And I want to
amazing.
bring everybody along so that everybody else can enjoy the adventure. I have a video trailer that's a promo for this that I'm almost done with. I'm releasing at the beginning of next month.
Okay.
And then everybody's going to see the logo, everybody's going to see the designs and what we're doing and the lead-in for it.
I
And we're
just
gonna have a lot of
posted up.
fun.
I just posted up a couple of the links, and yeah, Jason does look badass
I
carrying
know,
that.
let me tell you a big secret about Jason. Heart of gold. He is the kindest
Aw,
person you will
that's
ever
sweet.
meet, and he looks so hardcore. You know, he's fully sleeved. His entire chest and back are just covered with tattoos. He was actually a prominent feature in the Tattoo Stories photography project I did last year, and just really, literally, he will give you the shirt off of his back if you need it. He is that kind of guy. He's one of those people that you rarely meet in life that is just genuinely deep down, all the way to their core, a good person.
That you got it. If you guys over here on staff have not seen the photos on there yet, I enjoy too when an author puts a female character in a strong position, especially within a book that is written as powerful as this Winchester Undead series is, and allowing for her to have that expression of what it's like to be in a tactical advantage state.
You know, her name's Rihanna. Now, a little about Rihanna, besides being an awesome, cover model, she's a phenomenal roller derby girl and an incredible mother.
Cool.
She's just awesome. I cannot even just begin to say how awesome she is. But she represents my character Jesse on the cover. And in book 3 and book 2, Jesse has this journey that is just gut-wrenchingly hard. And then in book 3, Jesse becomes this person that, I mean, I wish I could be as good as she is. I mean, as tough and as resilient and as driven as she is. And if you haven't read it, I wish you would. She is just something else
The
of a
posturing
character.
on the way that the picture is taken and the way that she has her arm extended and how she's holding the gun is also done to a point where I think my husband would look at that and go, yeah, I approve of that. He's very technical when it
Hmm.
comes to that kind of thing. So I have something that I'd like to talk to you about, and I'm interested in because I know that weapons are very important to you, and
Hmm.
making sure that you get the tactical side of it in the true form, so that when the author goes to write about it, that there's not mistakes in it. Because we know that people now in 2016, when they read, a lot of them have a very good background on what these things are supposed to look like, how they're supposed to sound, all of that kind of thing.
Hmm.
So at the press that I am a part of, they're teaching master classes, and what I'd like to do is see if we can get you to teach a master class on weapons.
I could surely try. I could maybe say there's a lot better people than me, but I've been around the block a few times. I was
That's
a
what, so just, think about that. Keep that
Mhm.
in mind. I'll write to you later about it. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the importance of, as we started out the show, why is detail so important? When you're creating in this world, Winchester Undead, what were some of the things that you had to do as far as environment building to be able to get the right textures and the right significance in the background before you put the characters in there? What did you end up doing? Because yours was kind of a unique thing that you did.
um, well, one is I started this series with places that I know really well, and that's why book one and two spend so much time in Big Bend National Park because I've spent, I think last tally I have is I spent a total of 25 days actually in park in Big Bend, which I know there's people with much more than me, but uh, I mean, it's a month of my life I've spent in the last 10 years in that park. But outside of that, the big thing is the amount of research that goes into it matters. An example would be I have a group of um, um, Marines that are part of a MARSOC. They're IMSO, and they're the remaining part of their team are driving their MATVs, which are the Oshkosh developed vehicle that replaced the MRAP.
Mm-hmm.
And it took me 2 weeks to find out how much fuel one of them has in a fuel tank. And that sounds ludicrous because I don't at no point do my characters go, oh well, we hold 47.5 gallons of fuel. They don't do that for obvious reasons. But I needed to know how far they could go.
Travel wise, right.
How far will they drive? How far will they drive on an improved surface? How far will they drive on an unimproved surface? When are my characters going to have to start or stop and scavenge for fuel? And that matters because I don't want somebody reading it going, no way, no, they would have run out of fuel like 4 chapters ago. And I mean, it's like I said, it's basically like a disease. It eats up so much of the time beforehand, all the research getting ready to write this book. I have a stack of moleskin notebooks full of this nonsense, and that's how I
But
keep
you know
track
what?
of it.
It's not. It's to somebody who, if they were just walking through your house and they found all these notebooks laying around, to them it would probably be like, what is all this? But you know, you're an author. That's part of what you do, and one of the reasons why I love bringing you on is that you make sure that you take care of the detail. You make sure that you do your research. You make sure that the product that you produce comes out in a way that is not all scattered, but it's very cohesive. And so what you need to do with, you know, a lot of authors, they have different kinds of ways that they end up doing this, but you need to make sure that you have things properly scheduled out so that you can write it and it not sound like you don't know what the heck you're talking about. Now, on Winchester Undead, the first book, you have 81 reviews.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty nice number. We'd like to see maybe perhaps higher, but what is the importance of having someone do a review even if the individual has, say, 81 reviews?
You know, every one of the reviews. I'm one of those weirdos that I read every one of those reviews. So if you're reading this, you can give me a 1-star. Thank you for reviewing. Thank you for reading. Thank you for reviewing. I'm sorry you didn't enjoy it. You know, whatever, for whatever reason. And if you gave me a 5-star, give me a 4-star, give me a 3-star, whatever it was. Thank you for reading. Thank you for leaving a review. I read every single one of them, and I find motivation in the reviews to keep going because, you know, writing a series is a daunting task. It is something that is consuming. When you're in the middle of a manuscript, you basically live your life in 2 worlds. You walk around in the real world doing your real stuff with real people, but the entire time your mind is in this other world that you've constructed, and you're listening and watching these people that you've made up live their lives. And I'm pretty sure that would require medication 50 years ago.
I know, right?
But now that's like, okay, it's cool, you know, you write stuff. But, you know, in the 1-star reviews, the 2-star reviews, the 3-star reviews, I read those, and I also gain motivation. I gain motivation to be better. I gain motivation to do better research. I gain motivation just to become a better writer. And then sometimes, you know, there's a handful of those 1-stars you read, and they're pretty biting, but you read them and you go, you know what? They still read my book, and I appreciate that they read it. I'm just not the author for them today.
All right. So in my first hour, I talked about something that you know that I like to talk about, that first paragraph. That first paragraph in Winchester Undead, the first of the series. Do you have a copy of that book anywhere near you?
Ooh, I bet I do. Give me a second.
Sure. What I've been more focused on lately is not just that first paragraph, but that actual first line of that paragraph. Because this is what is going to start the process in motion.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have?
Near the creek.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So
everybody who's listening, if you've read the book, Bexar, it's actually pronounced bear.
All right.
Okay. Sorry.
So no. Where I was going was this. I wanted you to tell me how many words were in your first line.
Yeah, just 5 words.
5. Okay. First hour they had 7, but 5 is good. I might even get down to 3.
Right.
Could happen. It's been a little while since you've written this particular first piece, and when it was, you know, still in manuscript form and all of that kind of thing. When you got the manuscript and you said you were done, edits were finished, all of that kind of thing, and you reread that first line of that paragraph, what was going on right before you sent and did what you needed to do to be able to get it bound?
You know, there's a couple of answers to this, and I actually wrote a blog post about this recently called 5 Easy Steps to Writing Your First Novel. And one of the steps is you start in the middle, because the opening line is so daunting so overwhelmingly hard that if you start with that, you're never going to write a book. And I didn't. I didn't start with that. I started like in chapter 3 or 4 and wrote the book and went back and filled it in. And then that first chapter, which is actually like a prologue, it's forward in time and then we go back in time to the beginning. I didn't write that to the very end. And the first line was important to me because I was trying to show that Bear's just a guy. He's not the super tactical, high speed, low drag guy. He's kind of like medium speed, a little bit of drag. And he's not this know everything, do everything right kind of guy. He makes mistakes. And if you read the book, mistakes got him to him stopping in that creek. And so that's where that opening was going, was just that these are people. And I hope you see the fallacy in them. I hope you see their flaws. I hope you see their strengths, and I hope you watch them grow and learn, but it's going to be hard.
If this book series was turned into a motion picture,
Mm-hmm.
who would you want to have direct it?
Ooh, now everybody always asks me, who would I want to see as Bear? Nobody's ever asked me who would I want directed. That's a really good question. And not Lucas. We can rule him out. I don't want him screwing it up with a whole bunch of CGI.
Or sending it over to Disney.
Or send it over to Disney. I have to give J.J. Abrams credit. The guy did a good job. Who I'd like is who is it that did the Avengers? Was it Josh? Help me out.
Oh man.
Whedon?
Let's see. We're gonna go over and Scott Wilson. Do you know the answer to that question? Who directed the Avengers?
Actually, I'm in the process of Googling that right now. For some
And
reason,
while he does that,
Your answer wasn't in the form of a question, so.
let me see here. Without a doubt.
I'm trying to say Josh Whedon.
I think it is. I'm gonna find out.
Yes, Joss Whedon.
Okay, the reason why I said this, and even though I couldn't remember his name, is that growing up, I was a huge comic book geek, and Iron Man was one of my absolute favorite characters, and so was Captain America. And I really felt like that he stayed true to who the characters were, even if the storylines were kind of woven in and out of different storylines throughout different parts of the Marvel universe. He stayed true to the characters. And we all seen those movies, like Hunt for the Red October is my perfect example. You know what Hunt for the Red October has in common with the book?
Not.
There's a submarine.
Right.
And the title.
That's it.
And the title. And that's roughly where it ends. And, then I see Josh Whedon, what he did with the Avengers and the Marvel Universe, and I went, that guy gets it. He's not dogmatic to the story, but he gets what the characters are. And that's the most important part, because all the novel is about characters, about people. All the other stuff coming and going just is, but it still comes down to the people.
Let's talk a little bit about how you. Okay, so you go and you create a character, and you've got the basics of what the person looks like, and the color of their hair, what their weight is, that kind of thing, and maybe what their background is, and or what their rationale for being in the story is. But a lot of times, the author can get hung up on not allowing the character to be fully realized as far as the subtleties that need to be part of them as well.
Oh.
Talk to me about the importance of just like a weapon, you need to know the subtleties of what that weapon would do. Like say if it were in a desert situation, or if it was in a really wet background. You know, there are different kinds of things that's going to react differently.
I'm gonna let you in behind the curtain a little bit, and and allow you to see some of the madness. All these little characters that come and go, the minor characters, supporting characters that appear and disappear within a chapter, they all, in my mind, they all have a backstory. They all have these personalities and these lives, and they're living through these lives. And it's one of these things that everybody has this epiphany at some point when they're growing up. They look around and they realize that all these people around them, all these people have families, all these people have jobs, hopes, dreams, schools, memories, good, bad, and everybody has their own little life. And it's hard to imagine yourself outside your own little bubble. But you see all these people and you realize that all of them have a story. And it's kind of like that with each one of the little minor, even the minor characters that pop up. All of them have a story. And
Right.
some of that's actually going to come out. Something that I don't know if I've told anybody yet, but after book 6 hits, I've been working on a series of short stories involving a whole lot of the minor characters.
Cool.
And there's a novella that's going to come out of short stories involving these minor characters. And so that'll be sometime, that'll be like early 2018, I think. It's crazy to say, to know and understand like what my writing schedule is in my mind, and have it kind of planned out for the next 2 or 3 years. Because if you'd have told me 5 years ago I'd be sitting here telling you about this, I'd called you crazy.
Awesome. So Scott Wilson, he's been very patiently listening to all of this. Scott, do you have any insights or any questions you might want to ask our current guest?
Yes. Obviously, I was the one that Googled up Joss Whedon's name. Do you see the irony of a director that was so well acquainted with television shows on the small screen as to his ability to focus on the detail of your work and then expand it out like he would do with the Avengers? Would that be something that would appeal to you as far as your characters and your situations?
I don't know if I caught that. Like to put it on a TV series, or that he came from a TV series.
The focus that he had from the television, from being a television showrunner and a producer, director, creator, to expand that to something the vision of the Avengers. Do you think you think that your story would actually play out better with a director of that style?
I
think so.
Yes.
Yeah, you take a look at some of the epic directors. Take like J.J. Abrams.
Mm-hmm.
And full disclosure, I am a really hardcore closet Trekkie. Okay, like the Next Generation.
Cool.
You know, when the walls fell. I mean, I'm not kidding. It's bad. But even J.J. Abrams, when he rebooted, reimagined Star Trek, I still love what he did. But I see that, and he gets the characters and he gets his universe, and he's creating this new thing. But I look at like what Joss Whedon did, and what I think like the actual underlying spirit of the characters are, and I think he did a great job. It's not like some TV shows do a really good job. Take some of your classics like like Seinfeld, where you have Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld just taking these characters and pushing them out to the nth degree. I mean, Kramer became more of a Kramer as the seasons went on, right?
Right.
More developed, yes.
Well, more developed, but also more extreme.
Yeah.
But they had a clear idea of who you will start with, and they took it and they went, "This is who this man is. Let's follow it through." And we don't just do that for 2 hours. We do that for years. episode after episode after episode after episode. We have to stay true, no matter what. No matter if it's Festivus or his bagel strike, he stays true to Kramer, right?
Absolutely.
And I almost see that it was more difficult as stepping in and just taking a big swing at a movie and knocking it and hitting it and making all much money and walking away.
Right. The issue I find a lot today is when we bring books to the big screen, depending on the series. Harry Potter, for an example.
Oh, Lord.
I was reading the books long before the movies came out because I had a stepson at the time. I was reading them to him, and I found that there was so many levels of shading that you couldn't, or the directors couldn't transfer to the big screen. And as they got farther along in that series, I realized that they were going to run into a problem at some point, and they solved it by doing 2 movies, but they still, the last film, they cut out so much from the book. The same thing with The Lord of the Rings. An excellent adaptation, but there was so much that was left unspoken from the written page.
I know. And you see, like, the director's cut of Lord of the Rings. What is it, like 14 hours long or some nonsense?
It's crazy long.
Yeah.
Right. and it still leaves out, like, half the books.
Well, for me, the most important part of the Return of the King was the Scourging of the Shire, and they didn't even touch that. I mean, that was the coming home. I mean, that's what it all was about.
Oh, I know. Now, I have a friend of mine who's a Hollywood, and he's a skydiver. That's how I know him. The skydiving community is relatively eclectic. And he really knocked something home to me in a conversation I had with him a number of years ago. He said it really comes down to a page a minute. And so if you're looking at a 2-hour movie...
That would make sense.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I mean, how many pages is that? It's 120 pages, right?
Yeah.
And so you have 120 pages to get done what J.R. Tolkien got done in, 4,500 pages or whatever it is.
Yeah. Not counting his prehistory work.
Right. Yeah, well, and that, and I mean, you talk about detail. I mean, he was a linguist who made up a language and then made a world around a language. I mean, that's incredible.
Beautiful, incredible, absolutely.
I know.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to go over to Scott Pearson right now, and we're going to bring you in. So, Scott, thank you. All right, Scott Pearson, come on down. Get yourself, undo your mic, or put your mic in, or something. We need you to unmute yourself.
While we're waiting, I want to talk about research real quick.
Sure, please.
We have it.
Go ahead.
I look at some of my favorite authors, and I'm a huge original core series Tom Clancy fan. And I brought up Hunt for the Red October earlier, and that was published in 1981, 1980, somewhere in there.
Come on, yeah.
And I have the advantage of having an ungodly amount of information at my fingertips instantly. Where I have a question about how a street runs, I can Google View and zoom in on Google Earth Pro and Street View and take a look at the signs, take a look at the buildings, take a look at where the doors are. And Tom Clancy had the Dewey Decimal System and a card catalog. I mean, I can't fathom trying to do that without the world that we have now.
It's bananas. And then, you know what you just said there? Okay, so I get some authors on, and like you said, this seems to be the 10% thing tonight. 10% of my authors, my creatives that come onto this show, will tell me they don't need to do research. They can basically write any kind of genre and or pick from other different kinds of genres and place them all together, and that they don't have to have any kind of real rationale as to why they're there. They're just there because, well, people will read anything. And I frequently go, like this while I'm on the air with them. If you're going to write, why not just do it well, or as well as you possibly can to begin with? Why decide that everything is just a big mishmash, and because I am who I am and I have a following. Now, some of these people did have a following, and they're like, we can throw anything out there we want to. You've got world building if you're going to be working in sci-fi. You got world building still if you're going to be in horror, because you've got to take these different elements that are something that's familiar, at least to a person who enjoys horror. But for the kinds of people that actually pick up different kinds of books in the horror genre, there are different phases of horror. There are different, subcultures and all of that. So I don't understand people that just decide they want to go and take it and just willy-nilly and see what sticks and then put it in there. That's why I appreciate people like yourself who make sure that when we're going to go into your particular world, that we know mostly what we're going to be getting into.
It's some of those guys are exceptionally talented authors. You talk about somebody who has command of language and writing that I could only wish I had. But I write what I want to read is the best way to describe it. And I want to read something that is accurate, correct, something where if somebody's doing something, I can get on Google Earth and see what they're doing. I can research a vehicle they're using. I can read about it, something that might be even just topically correct for a current event, if it works out that way. And I really get a kick out of that, and I don't know. It's one of the reasons why I read so much nonfiction. I quite literally read 95, 98% nonfiction and 5 or 2% fiction now. And part of it is just because I get such an enjoyment out of the realism of being real, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
I enjoy, I bring authors on, sometimes ask them what they would do if their book actually became part of reality. And the gentleman that we had on before, he was actually writing from the reality perspective, and he put it out there. And for some that are moderately curious about what was going on in his world, they could poke at it, but they could learn some stuff. When I put my focus in on a book, I wanted to have historical content. I wanted to. I don't mind if it takes me to different kinds of realms, but I want that element of tactile reality so that I can go, oh, if I want to look that up, or if I'm learning and if I'm already doing research on a particular topic and I happen to be reading this book that has elements of that, and I want to learn more about it, I want to be able to go and get on Google or get to my library, do what I got to do to be able to look up and see if I can learn some more about what I already enjoy.
I don't know if Mark Twain actually said this or not, and this is actually going back to my Star Trek geekness. There's a Next Generation episode called Time Zero where it's a 2-part episode. It was a series in the beginning where Data goes back to San Francisco, 19th century San Francisco, and then the main cast of characters come through, Captain Picard and Beverly Crusher and all those. And they end up running into Mark Twain. And at the end, Picard told Mark Twain, I said, I wish I had more time. I wish I could talk to you and know who you are. And Mark Twain said, if you want to know who I am, you just read my books. And I've never looked up to see if Mark Twain ever said anything like that, but I think about that line often, just because that's true for me. If you don't know who I am, you read my books. There's a lot of family in there. It's very family oriented. I'm a very family oriented person. The first book, is this guy just trying to figure out who he is. That's me. The second book, I wrote right after I ruptured a bicep tackling a burglar when I was still a full-time peace officer.
Ouch.
And what that means is after that surgery, I spent about 4.5 months eating Norco every day. And so guess what? Barry ends up getting gunshot and taking pain pills he stole off of a biker that he killed. So like there's these little elements of my life that just like pop into these things. And I don't know if it's like that for other authors. I don't know if it bleeds over like that. I would assume it does.
Sometimes I know my husband's work, his series, Survivors of the Apocalypse, is like, for some people who have read the books that actually live around in our areas, they can open up that book and they can start reading it and go, wait a minute, that character, that's me. Or, wait a minute, that store or that building or that whatever that setting is, I know where that is. I'm going to go and check it out. One of the things that you're doing, and it was probably not done intentionally, is finding your own marketing niche for your work. Because these people that read your work have they're invested in it for whatever reason, either family or themselves or whatever that brings them to this. And that's why I'm thinking I really can see this being turned into a film production.
We can only wish and only hope. And if
Telling
it does happen, Lord help me, I wish I could be like part of the advisory staff.
But listen, you didn't 5-6 years ago. Look where you were. Now look where you are.
I know. We actually don't tell anybody this. We actually have an audio book in production too.
Yeah. Who's doing your audio? Is it someone I know, or is it some different?
No, I asked for Ozzy Osbourne, and they said no.
He's a little busy.
Well, I mean, how awesome would that be? Like, fucking zombies.
Yeah. Scott would like that. Scott would be like, yeah that's cool.
But no, Permuted has a guy that does our audio work who's awesome. He's got a great voice, and so they're working on that right now. Hopefully sometime spring or early summer, the first book will come out, and then the rest of them soon after in audio. Because I know a lot of people have asked it, and I told them, sorry, we don't have it yet. We're working on it.
Break lots of legs on that one. Legs, arms, maybe a few teeth. I don't know, whatever that is for that. Good luck over there.
2016 is the year of adventure. I tell you what, there's a lot of things kind of moving and in play, a lot of balls in the air, and I don't know. Hope it all works out.
I'm very excited.
Keep writing anyways.
I am so completely stoked for you. All right, so what we need to do right now is we need to get some links up for you. I want you to give a shout out for someone who has been really, really in your corner, helping you stay focused.
Oh, you're not talking about Zombiepalooza, are you?
No, I ain't talking about me, hon. I'm going to talk about you. It's all about you, babe. Who's been in your corner? Who's been in your corner outside of us that has really helped you stay focused?
I tell you what, Monique with Winlock Press, she is a rock star. I can't put it any other way. She started off Sean Chester, the truck series. I sent him a message a couple of years ago. I said, who do you use for an editor? And what do you do? And he said, Monique Happy. End of story. And so I went to Monique, and here we are, years later, And she is more than just my editor. She's more than just my publisher. She's become a really good friend. And, she fights for me, and I love her for it. And I can't say enough good things about her. And she has a handful of authors now who write for Winlock Press. You can talk about some really great work. I'm excited to be a part of it. I can't believe I'm a part of it. And it's so exciting. I don't know. I have a hard time believing that I'm even here, quite frankly.
I used to put Monique on it seemed like every other week. I miss her. I know she's really, really busy. We've given her a couple of shout outs in 2016 so far. But yeah, Monique Happy Editorial Services.com.
Mm-hmm.
Get over there if you've got a book you need to have it looked at, you want it done professionally, and you want it done in a timely fashion. Make sure that you go to Monique Happy Editorial Services. Also on Facebook, the woman is she's a powerhouse. I've been doing this.
And it's not just professional. It's not just on time. It's not just timely. It's priced right. Because I had looked into other editors before I reached her, before I reached out to Sean, and Sean gave me the big hookup. I looked at other editors, and they were literally 3 times the price, and they didn't have anywhere near the body of work that Monique had to show experience and competence.
Right.
And I mean, I cannot say enough good things about Monique. I really can't.
All right, Jerry, I need you to hurry up and tell me what your links are, and especially that one over at that Simon & Schuster place.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Simon & Schuster link is still kind of out there a little bit. I have it in your email. I frankly had to Google it to find it. I don't have it on my website right now. The best way to find me is go to my website. I've recently changed it. It's talesofadventures with an S.net. If you go to winchesterondead.com, you're still going to, and there you're going to find links to my Facebook, my Instagram, my Twitter, my Tumblr, my Pinterest, all the social medias. You're going to find me there. And I got to tell you, if you want to keep up with random nonsense, get on the Facebook. If you want to keep up with all kinds of random photos and photography, because I do have a photography.
Yes, he does, and it's beautiful work.
Thank you. Get on Instagram. You're going to see all random stuff and photos. And if you want to know the inside scoop, if you want to know people that have the access to the custom Google map that shows all the locations with pin drops in the Winchester Undead series broken down by book, you got to sign up for the newsletter, because that's the only place to get it.
All right.
You do that on my website.
No, right? And do it right now, And something else we need you to do, because Crunchy's usually the one that's like poking me in the side, going, you need to, also like and share for our YouTube channel. Please do.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, I did it twice. I did it just tonight again.
And twice on Sunday too.
I know.
All right, we got to get going.
Twice on Sunday.
I want
already.
There you go. I know you. Yeah, I got 2 minutes before I got to go right over to our next guest, Tony Sarrecchia, and he's pretty cool. Another author that we've had on a couple of times.
For me. Tony, if you're listening.
Hey, you know what? If you hang on for 20 seconds, I'll let you do that in a hot second. I'm going to go over. First, I want to get everybody to properly say their goodbyes and whatever their last statements are before I go over and get our next guest, Tony Sarrecchia. Go, boys.
Thanks for your time, Dave. I like what I've seen. I've had you on Amazon.com here, and I will definitely be checking out your books. I love the premise.
Scott, thank you. If you see anything, shoot me an email, hit me on Facebook. Let me know your thoughts. I want to hear them.
Will do. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you.
Dave had a great time on this interview. Love it every time you come on. Hope you come back soon.
Good seeing you again, guy.
Right.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, hang on for a hot second. I'm trying to get Tony over here, and let's see. I go there for that books and bring up his Harry Strange and the Stones of Solomon. That's a pretty cool book. All right. Do we got him? Where is he at? There he is.
Tony.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. We're in our third hour of Zombiepalooza Radio. I got I got a couple of someones that want to say hi to you, but I have one that specially requested to say hi to you, so I'm going to let him do that. We have author David Lund, and David Lund, this is Tony Sarrecchia. Go.
Tony, I just want to say hi. I love following you on Facebook, guy. You have a lot of fun stuff. We have a lot of good times there on the social media.
Thank you. Yes, I do enjoy your comments to. Hold on one second. Yes, I do enjoy your comments to my stuff. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. It's great finally getting to hear your voice. Someday, buy you a beer.
And I would say eventually we'll do it in person.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Jackie.
You're very welcome, David, and I will talk to you later.
Take care.
Woohoo! All right, so we're going to go over to, I don't know what, yeah, papers all over the place here. Tony Sarrecchia, how are you?
I am wonderful. How are you? Happy New Year.
Yes,
First
yes,
time we're
you
talking
too.
This year. Yes.
I know, right? All right, so hopefully many times through the 2016 we're going to be doing the same. I want to make sure that I properly reintroduce you and introduce you to our co-host and special co-host for this evening. Blah. All right, so we have Scott Pearson, head of all things green in our research department for Zombiepalooza Radio.
Hello, Scott.
Unmute, Scott. Your button, you need to hit it.
There we go, finally.
There you go.
Tony, welcome to the show. I'm really looking forward to this.
I am too. Thank you, sir.
And we have special co-host sitting in for our 5-hour show this evening. That would be Scott Wilson. Scott Wilson is talking in between breaks about veterans issues and all things like that. So this is Scott Wilson, Mr. Tony Sarrecchia.
Hi, Tony. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you, Scott.
All right, for those who don't know your background very well, what genre do you like to create in, and what source of materials do you like to work in?
Okay, so I'm trying to think what would be because right now I'm kind of all over the board. I have horror noir, sci-fi noir, and then crime. So I'm guessing there's a noir theme running through all of this. So I would say that's probably my favorite. You know, the lone narrator, the dirty streets, that type of thing. And that's probably my favorite. So I have works in radio, I have works in books, and I also just had my first short script shot for a TV show. So I'm very excited.
I knew you were going to go places. I told you.
Well,
I'm like,
you.
I got good vibes about this one. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit first about this really, really cool radio drama that you have. You've got 45 issues, episodes. You started in 2011, and it's over 2016 now. It's the Harry Strange radio drama. Give us a little bit of an idea for those who may not know quite what this is just yet, what the concept is, and when it's on, and what kind of things they're going to find here.
So Harry Strange is a private detective who keeps finding himself sucked into stories about supernatural creatures, angels, demons, shapeshifters, vampires, werewolves, and that's kind of the beat that he works. He was graced by an angel in the 30s, and so he's self-healing. So he heals from things that would kill normal folks. We are in season 3 right now, and for those well, I guess I can give you a spoiler because this episode's been out for about a month. So we've just discovered that Harry has lost his grace because his angel has lost her grace. So
Oh,
that now puts Harry back as a mortal. So he's having to deal with that and the issues that that all brings about.
what is it about this type of medium that you enjoy? And what are some of the more interesting things that you would run into in creating something like Harry Strange radio drama?
So, I mean, there's okay. So, first question was, I'm going to try to answer your questions this time instead of
Thank you.
little things that I go down. So, I think the first thing with Harry, why I enjoy that, and it didn't really occur to me till the other day when I was watching a James Bond movie. Never been a James Bond fan, but I have been a Sam Spade fan or a Philip Marlowe fan. And I think that what it is that James Bond has this entire organization behind him, and he has the latest gadgets and gizmos. And the other guys at the other end of that, the private investigators, are essentially the lone wolves, right? They don't have the resources that a 007 has. So this is essentially a guy. These are guys and gals who are living, by their wits. Now, granted, we're a supernatural story, so Harry has, he can heal himself, but that's not always. That doesn't always help get the job done. That may, that puts him, gets him to live through 45 episodes. But that's not always, the what helps him solve it. James Bond has computer divisions and all that type of thing. So I think if you look at that scale of investigators, at one end you have the Harry Stranges, and at the other end you have the James Bond. And so I'm definitely in the corner of the individual. And I don't know if there's a political tie-in there with, the individual being more of the libertarian anarchist, and then the James Bond being more of the authoritarian government side of, or state side of things. So that's the first part of your question. So the second part.
Thank you.
So the second part was, what do I encounter? I have encountered. I've read. On David, your last guest was talking about research.
Yes.
And I am amazed at the amount of research that you can do on supernatural things. Now, I've always been more of an empiricist when it comes to my beliefs, but there is a whole realm of things out there that you can discover. Like there really is, and I don't know how biblical this is, but people do believe that there is a hierarchy of angels that we played upon.
9 levels, by the way.
Yeah, it was 9 levels. And I actually reversed a couple of the order of some of the, like, where the hierarchy is, so that in Harry Strange, the cherubs are the highest level. And so the archangels report to the cherubs. And the reason why I did that was the innocence of the cherubs seems like that would, if you're going to have an angel army, you
Yes.
don't want you don't necessarily want that being run by another angel who's all about, yes, let's go to war. You want that tempered with someone who may be more forgiving, and so that's why I reversed it a little bit.
I can understand that.
Yeah, so I mean, see, I do the research, but then I bend it to serve my story. I've told people, if you're basing the hierarchy of the Catholic Church on season 2 of the Harry Strange episode of the Harry Strange radio drama, that's a big mistake. I use it. What I use is some facts, right? Because we want to establish that we're in the real world.
Yes.
But those facts then have to serve my story, not the other way around.
All right, we're moving along very well. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, so cause I love supernatural, but what I don't like is supernatural just kind of thrown together willy-nilly. What I love about Harry Strange radio drama, you stick with the basic elements, but you rearrange them to fit in your world, and the way that it is created, it makes sense. Right. So someone who's a real stickler for following, say, biblical rationale.
Right. Sure. Right.
Yeah, because I was some people they look at that and they go, that's a nice piece of fiction there. Other
Right.
people take things a little bit more intricately, and
Right.
I'm kind of sort of one of those people that does the latter.
Right. And I mean, I think, and what I tell people is, I love when people get involved in our world, right? But Lilith is in our mythology. Lilith was the first woman of the Bible, right? Then came Eve.
Yes.
Is that so? And some people accept that. Some people say no. Eve was. It's like, what? I'm not here to argue theology. That's not what Harry Strange
Right.
is about. Harry Strange is about my story, and it just so happens that all these people are either have supernatural abilities or they're affected by them somehow. But that's not the story. The story, I think, in general, is always about the character, not what they can do, not the Harry, like I said, can heal himself. And in the beginning, when I was writing it, he went like probably, I want to say about 4 episodes before that wasn't even an issue. He never was in a position where healing himself was something he had to do. It was always really the story is what comes first. So, and I have had discussions with people about, well, you can't do this. The devil can't be that strong because he's not as strong as God. It's like, that's your belief, and more props to you. But in the Harry Strange world, I am God, and I am this. I
Right.
decide who has the power, and I appreciate feedback from folks, but you can tell when you're getting when their feedback is getting mixed in with their theology.
They have to understand that this is it's a fictional world,
Right.
but it has parts of it that are so real and so based in dogma and theoretical rationale that people are going to say this must be blah blah blah, and if you go outside of that, then this is a piece of junk. Now wait a minute,
Right.
there's a whole other line of people that are trying to say exactly that about this scholarly thing called the Bible. We have. All right, let's go a little bit that way.
Okay, let's.
But not in the way that you think.
Okay, nope.
All right,
no
so
predisposition.
we have a lot of things that are going on in the world right now that some would deem to be supernatural, and they are real events. They're climate real events. We can't even call them historical floods because no time in history did some of these things happen. We've also got situations where we have huge volcanic activity, we've got huge earthquakes, we've got monumental snowstorms, hurricanes that are just off the charts that we don't even have a rating for.
Mm-hmm.
And if the weather and everything else keeps going in this particular direction, we're going to have things that we have never ever even dreamed of happening, only in our worst nightmares. When things start to happen that are like that, and I'm assuming that we're going to carry Harry Strange radio drama until you probably cross over into the next lifetime yourself, allowing for some of those situations that are already happening that are cataclysmic events or beyond our belief ability, will you address some of those things? Will it be in some way caused perhaps by Harry and his unwillingness to do some of the things that he's supposed to be doing?
It's a great question, and first off, I want to back up and thank you for the compliment that what you said about the Harry Strange world feeling so real, because we do a lot of work on making it feel that way. So season 2, we spent a lot of time talking about in our universe, in the Harry Strange universe, corruption within the Catholic Church, and essentially we had a priest who was planning to start World War III in order to break one of the seals to release a demon upon the earth.
Right.
All very mostly biblically accurate as far as the demon and releasing the seal and such.
Mm-hmm.
So what we had, his plan was to instigate a war between Syria and Israel. Now this was a couple of years ago, and actually about 6 months after those episodes aired, we were again, we're at the brink of war in the Middle East.
Yes.
Syria was threatening Israel, and it's I think that yes, sometimes Harry's ahead of the curve. I mean, sometimes I'll work those things into the narrative as we go. Now, we have such a huge lead time, though. I mean, what we're working on now, by come December, it'll say, oh, look, you guys were copying that. Sometimes we don't. Sometimes it's just, we watch the news. I watch the news. I know what's going on. It's not too hard to extrapolate some of these things and work them into Harry's narrative. And yes, absolutely, some of the things that we'll see that we see happening in the world will be directly because of things Harry did or didn't do.
All right, I got a question for you.
Okay.
Since we're talking about supernatural, since we're talking about characters, in the essence of this, there is a belief about a persona called Kuan Yin. And Kuan Yin is in the Chinese sector. Kuan Yin, in and of herself or himself, depending on how you want to look at it, because he was initially supposed to be a male who then transitioned into a female deity.
Okay.
Never happened. But there are so many people that put into the belief system that this is real, that they have seen visions of Guan Yin, and they've had other kinds of things that have happened with this presence around, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Going in that line, has Harry ever presented himself to you either in a dream or in a vision? And if so, what was he trying to tell you?
Okay, so let me see if I understand it, because I do have, and writers will understand this, I do have conversations with my characters.
Yes.
But those are more waking things where you're working out details and they're smacking you going, no, that's not, it happened this way instead. So in that way, yes, I have. Harry, I don't think he's never come to me as a vision or a dream to tie something that's really happening in. I have dreamt about Harry and some of his character, some of the characters in there, but really generally plot things or plot solutions. I get a lot of solutions. So I guess in that case, yeah,
yes.
I guess that would be Harry coming to me in a dream, or whatever characters we're working with at that time coming to me. I mean, I've had in season 2 the big bad was Brother Sordeo, and he actually came to a couple dreams with me, and just to let you guys, I guess, behind the writer's curtain initially, I knew he was going to be bad. I mean, I knew Brother Sordeo was going to be bad. I knew he was going to do horrible things. And he does horrible things in the first 6 episodes. But I didn't know why he was doing those horrible things. I didn't know what I was going to do to tie him back in, to make him, to rational. I mean, otherwise, you can't just have a guy being crazy doing this stuff without,
right.
I mean, I guess you can, but I didn't want that in our story. So it was actually a dream where I dreamt of Brother Sordeo. And I saw Brother Sordeo in a conference room, and he had one of his acolytes, and he was presenting a PowerPoint presentation to this council of priests of why it was time to hasten the end of the world. And that scene almost verbatim appears in one of the episodes. But that was at least, and the actor who was playing him said to me when we got to that episode, he said, "Oh man," he said, "I'm so glad that you had a plan all along, because I thought I was just doing stuff to be evil." I was like, "No, man, I knew what I was doing," which of course I did. So that episode, I had that dream. But so that, I mean, I guess in that case, yes, they do solve story plots for me, story
yes.
issues for me.
All right, so we're going to go from there. What other kinds of things do you do outside of this really cool radio drama, Harry Strange? You're into TV. You've written a short for them.
I wrote a
Talk
short.
about that.
Okay. I wrote it. Well, I didn't write it for them. I wrote it a couple of years ago. Really just as an exercise, because really novels and short stories are really hard work. I like writing them, and I have a couple out now published, as you guys saw in my bio. But I really like the movie. I like movies. I like screenplays. So a couple of years ago, I wrote a screenplay, short screenplay. It's probably 12 pages or so, just as an exercise, really, to do it. And I kind of tweaked it around over the years, and I would pick it up, and I entered it into the InkSpot, Blue Ink. I can't think of the contest I entered it into. And the story didn't do particularly well. I got some good feedback, but the title, Sunday Morning, and it's MOURNING, did really well. It actually made it to like the quarter finalists for titles. So then I played with it some more and left it there. And then there's a dozen screenwriters groups on Facebook, and one of them had a script call. I can't say too much because I don't want to give it away.
Right.
But they had a script call, and my script fit their criteria, and so I sent it in, and the producer rejected it at first, and then we talked a little bit more, and we talked through some of the issues that she was having with it, and so I tweaked it again, and they were happy with it. So now it's going to be episode 2 on Primrose Tales, which is sort of a Twilight Zone show where there's either a karmic twist or a twist at the end of the story.
I like that a lot. I'm allowed to say who is producing it?
Yes, absolutely.
Sawdust and Tinsel Productions.
Yes, and they're here in Atlanta. Yeah.
Producing. Woohoo! All right.
So another exciting thing was I actually got to go to the set and watch them direct. And so I guess as writers, right, we have our little I don't know, ballywicks or the little things that we do that just drive us crazy, right? So I was on set watching, and there's a scene where a character walks around the side of a building, and the director must have had her do that 800 times, and I couldn't. Okay, I'm exaggerating a little bit. Maybe it wasn't 800, maybe it was 600. But so I couldn't understand what he was seeing. I mean, it's like, I was standing next to him watching him shoot. It's like, I don't know what it's doing, but I guess it goes along with the writer thing where sometimes you'll spend 4 days laboring over a revision in a paragraph, and no, that's still not the right word. That still doesn't sound right. So I think the director, it was the same thing that writers do. Directors go through that process as well, except when a writer does it, it's just, we're just torturing ourselves. When our director does it, he's torturing everybody on the set.
Everybody.
Everybody, yes.
I've had a number of actors that have been on the show, and they say they get a 4 a.m. call time, and maybe they're supposed to go on after hair, makeup, all of that funky stuff. Maybe they're supposed to go on between 6 and 8 in the morning. And all right, so they get there and they're waiting, and it gets really hot, and they're still waiting, and maybe, I don't know, 6-7 hours later, you're up. You what? Yeah. And then, or I mean, it's probably not that long, but they have a long waiting period before they go on, and then they have to continuously either sit there or keep doing the scene over and over again because they want to get it from different angles and all that. But boy,
and that's what a lot of this was, yeah. And I mean, he was really good about, the director and the producer were really good about, okay, you guys are here, we're not going to make you sit, we're gonna work right through it.
Good.
And there really wasn't a lot of waiting around. What we did keep doing though was, for Atlanta, it was very cold that day. It was in the 30s, so we had to keep going back into the building like every hour just to warm up because it was so brutally cold. It was so cold they didn't do the, well, anyway, good. Yes, sorry.
We're going to change a little bit of direction. Okay. You're a writer above everything else.
Correct.
What was the most difficult line you have written to date? Not paragraph. I'm talking line.
So when you say difficult, do you mean
You went achingly over this, trying to get it to be just the right essence.
That happens. So Mr. K in Harry Strange is the most popular and psychotic villain in the universe. So he is if you think of like the Joker from Batman and the Master from Doctor Who and Harlequin, he is all of them rolled up into one crazy psycho piece. But because we're radio, he can't do that face. Right? So it has to all be conveyed through his lines. So his lines are just they're a challenge to write, because the other thing that he does is he laughs. He laughs all the time. No matter what horrific scene he's describing, he's laughing through it. So there's a scene where back in Harry's past, his wife was converted to a vampire. Harry had to shoot her, cut off her head, and whatever other things. Well, when Mr. K is telling the story, he's laughing through it. Oh, and then you cut off her head. And it was difficult to write that, to get like his cadence down, right? Because we have to think of, here's a guy with no moral compass. How would he do this? And it worked because I had fans write me or email me and say, we hate Mr. K, but we hate him because he makes us laugh along with him when he's describing these horrible things. So it's like, well, that says more, I think, about you, but and about me clearly, because Mr. K, lives in my head, so he's there. So his was difficult. Lilith is difficult to write because she never actually says what she means or what she wants you to do. So she's very manipulative. But she's also very, I guess, classy, if you will, right? Because she's been around essentially since the beginning of time. She has survived all the, right? So she knows everyone. She knows Machiavelli. She knows Shakespeare. She knows all these people.
I love Machiavelli. I had political science. Political science in college, and I up until that point when he started talking about Machiavelli, I was kind of like, all right, this is kind of sort of boring. Then they got into that, and I was like, I get this guy.
Well, just so you know, in Harry Strange universe, Machiavelli wrote his Rules of Power about Lilith. Those were all based on her. She was the inspiration for that.
I love that.
She tells Harry that, and I think in season 2, that he was writing about her.
All right, I know that Scott Pearson is all ready to go out there with his first couple of questions. Go ahead, Scott.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, when you're doing your dialogue in between your characters, do you ever go verbal with it and kind of go schizo and do everybody's lines just to hear how it plays?
I do, actually. And if you've listened to Harry Strange, the actor who plays Harry has a fantastic voice. He's very much the noir detective. I can't do that voice, so whenever I'm imitating Harry, it always sounds a lot like Christian Bale's Batman. So there's that. And then I don't do women voices well, so Lilith always sounds like a drag queen when I do it. Luckily, though, because I've had the same actors for all these years, when I'm writing you're right, we lost Jack. When I'm writing the characters, generally in my head I hear the actual actors saying them. But I do. It's a very kinesthetic process. I will get up and, even though it's radio, Harry still draws a gun and, if I'm drawing my dagger, which way am I doing? So I will still act out certain scenes. And you can see now, just sitting here, I can't talk without using my hands, so that makes it, challenging.
Me either.
Well.
It's a thing.
Right. Yeah, I think it's Italian.
So if they want me to talk and they take my hands and they're like, you have to sit on your hands and you have to explain to me how this is going on and you have to be very expressive with doing it, I would just kind of look at them and go, I'm not doing that because
I can't do that.
I use my hands.
Right.
It's a thing. All right. So go on, Scott. We got you're up for a second round.
What is your favorite creation out of everything you've done for right now. And I'm going to throw you a curveball. Douglas Adams once said that usually the author's favorite, his pet out of all of his works, doesn't correlate with the audience and with the fans. Does your favorite correlate with your fans?
Wow, that's a really good. See, every time I come on this show, I sit here and I think, what question are they going to throw at me that I am not going to be even remotely prepared for? Congratulations, that's this one. So, yes. So, my favorite creation, wow, I'm just going through there. So, I have a new character, and you know what, maybe it's just the new ones. I have a character out now, it's in a book called Legends of New Pope, and his name is, he's Doc Scaldaro. He's a former enforcer for a biker gang. And he's a very new art character, except he exists in the real world. There's no magic in Doc's world. So right now, he is probably my favorite. Out of Harry Strange, there's so many of them. I mean, obviously, I like Harry, but I guess secondary characters, Mr. K has probably always been fun to write. Lilith has always been a blast to write. So I'm going to have to go with Doc right now as probably my favorite character. And I don't know, because the story's only been out a month or so, so I don't know what kind of response we'll get from him.
All right, we're going to go over to you.
One?
You know what? If you want a third charge at the gauntlet, you go ahead and do that. Get in there.
Alrighty then. Yes, actually I would. I'm curious as to where you're going to be going with him in the future. Where do you see
Doc?
Right.
I would like.
Where do you see him, like in 5 years?
I would like to take him into probably a novel, probably a short first-person noir-style novel that doesn't have any magic in it, doesn't have any, that's probably more Quentin Tarantino than Eric Kripke. So I would think that's where I would like to see him go. I can also see Doc being a pretty good property for film. Most of his stuff is it would be fairly easy to shoot. No, very little special effects. So
you're saying more pulp fiction than Dusk Till Dawn.
Exactly.
Very cool. All right, we're going to go over to Scott Wilson and let him have a shot at the gauntlet. What's your best shot there, Scott Wilson?
All right, Tony. As being somewhat new to this, I've been Googling our guests as soon as I find their names, and I found your Facebook page. It said storyteller under your description, and from what I've heard from you so far, that's a very apt description, because it's not just this genre or that genre. And I'm a very huge fan of the noir genre, whether it's sci-fi or detective or horror, and I'm a longtime fan of radio drama.
Cool.
My father introduced it to me as a young man, and I always got audio tapes from it. As someone who has actually seen this done live, I know that's where the writer actually has to come out and blossom, like Jackie had talked about, where you have to paint the picture with words. So once that's done, the sound effects guys can make their sound effects at the right time, and the as far as the live generation, which is the way it used to be before television.
Right.
And how do you look at that process, because it's a radio drama? It's not like you can have a director and a producer and a camera photography expert and just say, boom, we're going to put this on celluloid or video. How do you approach the process of painting the picture with words?
And that's a great question, because every book that you read on film and to some degree novels almost tells you the opposite of what you need to do during when you're writing a radio show. So if I'm writing a radio show, I want you to be able to see what my character sees. Now, what we've done with that, and I think we do it well because people like it, is Harry is going to narrate what he sees to you. It's part of it's, and generally you don't want. Generally narration falls flat, I think, because I think sometimes narration is used in place of good writing or of creative writing, of direct writing, so that the audience can see it. But Harry is structured such that, you know, when Harry is talking to the audience, there's generally no emotion. There's generally, like, if he's in a fight, when he's narrating to you, he's not fighting. Now he's just telling you, here's what happens, here's what's going on. So that's kind of the way we do it. Now we also do I think 2 or 3 live shows a year. So we do, you know, we have our actors come up. They generally wear costumes, but there's no blocking involved. You know, there's no, if Harry throws a punch, it's still, you know, the Foley guy or the digital effect of a punch. But we still tell the story through Harry's eyes. So the beauty of telling the story through Harry's eyes is that you get Harry's particular spin on it. Now Harry he's a reliable narrator, although his interpretations of events aren't always perfect. I didn't want to write a Mary Sue character who's always right. So sometimes he's completely off. Sometimes he gets, you know, he does his job, but he didn't look a layer deep enough to see that if I do this, this is actually not working out the way I think it should work out, right?
Right.
So, because Harry, despite his near immortality, is still just a guy. He's still a guy from 1930, you know, who's been around 114 years. So he's learned some things, but, you know, we're still humans. We still don't see all the moves through there.
All right.
Yes.
Give me 1 second. Scott Pearson, I know he's been working really, really hard and all of that. You're nodding off. I need you to just go, I got it. Me and Scott Wilson can handle it. Because I can see that you're falling asleep or trying to.
Jack, yeah, I'm sorry. I put in 12 hours today.
It's all right. Go to
And
bed.
just barely got back here in time
right
to get
now.
on.
Don't waste any more time. Just go ahead and go to bed.
Okay, thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Scott.
He's been putting in
Night.
some crazy, crazy hours. That's the first time he has ever done that. So,
Right.
so I know he's tired. All right, go to bed, Scott. Get some sleep. Poor guy. All right, now I can kind of get back to where we were. All right, so what other kinds of things do you want to create in? I mean, not necessarily things. I mean, venues. What kind of venues do you want to create in? Because I know that what you're doing right now seems to be efficiently pleasant for you, and you are enjoying this. And I'm sure that Harry Strange, like I said, is probably going to continue until you, like, you know, pass on to the next world. But I gather that you actually, you know, have some other things that you would like to do. So what would they be? Like, say, I don't know, maybe in the next 6 months to a year.
So let me pull up my list.
Thank
I
you.
actually I do have a couple projects that I'm working on now that are not Harry related. Yes. So I have another radio show or a radio adaptation of a novel that I'm working on for another radio company. So I will essentially be the writer on that and then hand that over to a producer and be done with that. I have a Christmas movie, and when I say Christmas movie, I mean more, you know, the scary, dark Christmas than Home Alone type movie. So I have a Christmas movie that I want to work on that I have just about completely outlined. I just got a call today from one of my favorite podcasts. We haven't actually closed any deals yet, so I won't say whom, but it's one of the podcasts that originally got me involved into podcasting, and he asked me if I would write an episode.
Awesome.
So, yeah, that's really awesome. So I'm really excited about that. Let's see what else is on the list here. So that'll probably keep me busy through March. Beyond that, we have more Harry Strange. I'd really like to move. I'd like to move more to film, and I do have a novel that I want to work on, the doc novel, and then that's it. And then there's going to be there's going to be like these short story anthologies that pop up that I'm going to say that sounds interesting. There's actually one coming up that I'm hoping to be able to write something for. It's like the horror of the 70s. So you remember like Last House on the Left and all those?
Yeah.
So they're looking for stories along those lines.
Oh, I like
That's
that.
still percolating. Unfortunately, that's due the end of February. I had to pass on the BBC contest because that's the end of January. So, and we still have 2 more episodes of Harry Strange that have to be produced, not written. So they're actually the last episode is out with the readers right now. So that's kind of my first quarter.
1 second, I need to have a slight sidebar.
Sure.
Scott Wilson, if you want to take over for a couple of minutes, go ahead.
Excellent. I'm liking the texture of the long-lived character. Some of my favorite fan characters are like Highlander,
Right.
or like Doctor Who, which has been around so long.
Right.
That you can develop into the texture, and there's so much depth to that.
Mm-hmm.
Have you found it easier or harder to draw back the subtext from his past to bring it up, or has it been easier to connect current events for Harry Strange to events that may have occurred maybe between the 30s and where he's at now?
So Harry Strange for episode 101, first episode, actually started in Harry's world in 2005, where it was his first episode, or 2006, I guess. So then we've kind of gone almost continuous through there with year-long breaks or a couple year skips in there. But we've certainly done some episodes in the past, and I'd like to go back and do more of those episodes. We did a Christmas episode a couple years ago that took place in 1940. We did his origin story in season 1, which took place in 1930 or 1930, I believe. Yeah, I think it was 1930. Yeah, because the Christmas episode takes place then 10 years later. So and that's what I like about Harry having 114 years now, or how many years that is. I can go back and fill in gaps, right? Because even in season 1, there's a 3-year gap between episode 1 and I believe episode 4, or episode 5. So there's a 3-year period in there that we don't know what Harry was doing during that time. So I could go back in and fill that in. Between the episodes, initially we had a 6-month break, then we had a year break. So there's even things that could happen during that time. So I do like the long-term character because you can go back and fill in with other stories. There's always another story to tell. Even if something traumatic were to happen to Harry, there's still a large period of time where we can go back and do more things with him.
That's why I told him, I said, this can go until this man goes to the other side.
Right.
All right, so I'm interested in the directing aspect of this.
Okay.
Because when you put together a piece such as Harry Strange radio drama, you have to not only keep in mind the characters and how they're going to react and all of that kind of thing, you also have to take into consideration the people that are playing him and the other characters. So there has to be this direction, getting the right feeling, getting the right timing, the cadence, all of that.
Right.
How long does it actually take to prep for an episode before you go and do it?
So what I've told all the actors is that I love you all dearly, but your character can die at any moment. So it's nothing personal, right? It's everything must serve the story. Then so once and they're fine with that, then they can come on board. So what our schedule usually looks like is we will table read an episode on week 1, or we'll table read a couple episodes, but we'll table read an episode on week 1. I will then listen to the tapes that we make and change the episode around because sometimes, even though with my fine acting skills at home, it doesn't really work when real actors do it.
Right.
So I will rewrite the script to match what I think will work better. Now we also I have a separate director who does direct the episodes, but he and I generally meet before we meet again with the actors, so he knows what I'm looking for. So we want when the actor's doing this, she's doing this because this is her arc and this is how she needs to feel. And
Right.
even though it may not make sense at that moment to any of the other characters why the actor's feeling this way, it'll make sense to the audience down the road, and that's what's important. So, but generally, we give the actors a lot of leeway to interpret the lines. So, Harry Kellen, who plays Harry, pretty well owns Harry. He knows what Harry's going to be doing. He knows very little direction for Kellen. Some of the new actors, because it's we have a core group that has been since the beginning. So that's Harry, Lilith, and Finney have been together since the beginning. So those guys all interact well with each other. When we bring in new characters, new assistants, generally we spend a lot more time with them than we do with the core characters.
All right. So, what is one thing we have not discussed about any of the works that you do that you want your fan base to know that's important to you?
Huh. Well, we love feedback. We love reviews. Reviews make it all, make us more visible to other folks. But we really do it for the audience. I mean, it's when we get feedback from somebody, and most of it has been good. We've received mostly good feedback. Some of it's been outstanding feedback. That makes everyone involved in the process happy and wanting to put more into it. The
Right.
actors, no one gets paid. The actors don't get paid. I don't get paid. We're all doing this for the love of the art and for whatever reasons. That's why we do it. But when we hear things from the audience, especially unsolicited stuff from I look at our reviews on iTunes every now and then, and generally they've all been really good. Some of them I've kind of wondered about, but almost all of them have been good, and that makes the actors happy. And I've gotten individual feedback on Lilith, on Harry, on Mr. K, which makes those actors feel very good. That because they're Harry's the main character, but everybody else is ensemble. So.
We need to get some links out there. We need to find out. I mean, do you ever go out to do any seminars or to do any conventions or anything like that where the public would be able to meet with you and maybe shake your hand and get something signed or something like that?
We do. I usually put those up on my page, on the Tony Sarrecchia page. I did. Let's see. Last year we did. Any live shows that we do are going to be in Atlanta, just because it's too big of a cast to move across, anywhere else. So, but our live shows are generally in Atlanta. Last year I was at Conjuration. I was at Dragon Con, but just as a guest.
Oh wow!
As just going there, and then we were at the World Horror Convention, and I know I'm missing a third one that we were at last year. We were Monsterama. We did Monsterama, which was pretty cool, and I can't think of it. It's on my page though, and that's generally and my page today is woefully behind on my bibliography, my credits, so I need to spend a couple hours and do that. But it's just been so busy that updating the page hasn't been a priority. Like I told you when you asked for the bio today, I was like, wow, I just realized I don't even have a recent bio that I have to update. So the last bio I had was Harry Strange and.
I know. Now you've got some cooler things, and you can just copy and paste it now that you've already done it one time, right?
Yes.
Hi, Hank. Was going to come and get you at about 10 after the hour. But if you want to hang now, you can. Go ahead and let me get a sound check on you since you're here. Hello. Anybody out there? Hi. How are you?
Great, how are you?
I'm good. You're about 10 minutes early.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought I could sneak in and get everything turned on and, but busted.
All right. Well, since you're here, we have with us currently as guest Tony Sarrecchia. He is the creator of Harry Strange radio drama. And I almost called you Harry.
I get that
Oops.
from time to time.
Not Hank. I almost
Oh.
called Tony Harry.
Right.
Because one of his main characters is Harry Strange. But Tony Sarrecchia, meet Hank Garner.
Hello,
Hi,
Hank.
Tony.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. All right. So, all right. So we talked about Harry Strange. We talked about things that I haven't asked you about. Give me some advice for people who are interested in the kind of creative style that you have with this particular radio drama, because I know that there is starting to become a surge of younger people that are very fascinated with the idea of radio drama. What are some things, maybe some shows, some ideas that they can gear to, perhaps either online or in a local library, that they could look at to see what is involved and what they would have to do to start up a radio drama?
Well, I don't know that there's a lot of things you're going to find in the library right now. I mean, you might find some books on writing for radio. Unfortunately, a lot of those books were written in the 30s and 40s, and I don't know that the rules that they did then apply to what we do today. I love listening to old radio dramas. I mean, Johnny Dollar, yours truly, Johnny Dollars, was still one of my favorite radio shows, and X-1. But some of the other shows, you can hear that, the rules have changed over the years. Right now writers try to kill their adverbs, where back in the 30s, adverbs were that, man. You wanted as many adverbs and adjectives in there as you could. So I don't know that you'll find a lot of books there. I would say listen to a lot of, if you want to do serials like what Harry is, listen to a lot of shows in addition to mine, of course. Listen to Dakota Ring Theater's productions, listen to Darker Projects productions, listen to Jack Ward on the Sonic Society. Those guys are all very, there's a lot of, and that's for the dramas. There are other, there's other podcasts out there, but just drama specifically. So you want to listen to those type of things. If you're ready to produce a show after you have your cast, I would say casting, and this is just stuff that I've learned, and just, real quick off the top of my head, as cynical as it sounds, don't hire your friends, because your friends aren't going to take it seriously. Hire actors who actually want to act and do this stuff. Don't go to the public. Okay, let me try this again. Don't release an episode until you have all of the episodes in the can. That's one of the problems we ran into this year. That's why we're so far behind on our episodes. Season 1 and 2, we waited till we had all the episodes done, and then we released them, or we had most of it done, and we were just making some tweaks. But you want to make sure that you have all of the episodes there, because fans are not going to stay with you and wait months and months and months for an next release.
Right.
So that would be that. Don't hire your friends. Same thing with writing it. Make sure you have all of your, I say 16, but however many episodes you decide a season is. If you're going to base it on seasons, have all of those episodes written before you record the first one. It's just, you want to have that foundation there before you do it. Producing, and by producing I mean taking all the audio and all the sound effects and all the music, is going to take you double whatever you think it's going to take. So it is a long process. Things break. You have to get actors back to re-record lines.
Right.
So those are all things that you need to consider before you do this. And it is a huge undertaking. It's a huge process to do this.
All right, Scott Wilson, I'm going to turn it over to you for a couple of, maybe a minute and a half. I have to go downstairs and find out what all the banging is in my basement. I'll be back.
Live radio, or live TV, folks.
Oh, yes. Expect the unexpected.
That's right.
Boy, now I got dead air. I didn't expect that. Uh, I found very very easily your Facebook page,
Right.
and is there I may have missed it, but do you run your radio dramas on like YouTube or something?
We actually, if you go the Facebook for Harry Strange is the Harry Strange radio drama. If you Google Harry Strange, you will find us at harrystrange.com. You'll find us on iTunes. You'll find us through 100 different aggregators. We're part of the Project iRadio process, or part of the iRadio line. Let me try this again. Project iRadio lineup. So we're on there with those guys, and that's with there's another serial on there. There's also like Brian Keane has a show on there, and Christopher Golden and Jim Moore. So that's a pretty good source for us as well. All of our stuff is archived though over at iTunes. So you can get it there, or from our page, or from the Harry Strange radio drama page.
I had to make sure to get that out. I got my dad to pop in and watch, and he immediately was texting me on Facebook about how interested he was, and
yeah, excellent, excellent.
So that was you got 2 more fans tonight. That's always a good thing.
That's always a good thing. Yes, it is.
My dad, the old radio vet, likes the show.
That's fantastic. Jackie made it back. She's safe. It wasn't a monster in the basement.
I have kids in the house. Normally, you don't even know they are in existence. I have 5 of them, and I was getting banging from the basement, and I have no idea what that was about, and it was going on for about 20 minutes, off and on. And
Ouch.
I'm like, what the hell are they doing down there? Because I don't need the house caving in, you know.
Preparing for the snow apocalypse.
So they were making their own horror movie.
They're I don't even want to know, right now. But I did tell her that if she decided she was going to keep doing that there was going to be consequences that she wasn't really going to like, and I didn't necessarily say it that way.
Right.
Yeah, but anyway, all right, so we have been talking with the amazing Tony Sarrecchia, who has created a very strange world. It's called Harry Strange Radio Drama, but he also creates in different venues, and so we would like to get you over to his pages. Go ahead and tell me where they are now.
So you can go to tonysarrecchia.com, and you will find links to the Facebook page, to the Harry Strange page, to my Twitter page, and gosh, I think that's pretty much all the social media that I'm involved in. You'll also find links to my Amazon page, so you can buy my books. You'll find links to my IMDb page, so you can marvel in the barrenness of the single link that's on there. But hey, it's an IMDb link, so that's what counts.
Yeah, it is. It does.
Right. Yes. So that's kind of the nerve center is the web page, is as the Tony Sarrecchia homepage.
I would really like it if Hank Garner and yourself would, if you don't already know each other on Facebook, to Facebook friend each other, because you both have some really, really amazingly interesting things going on between the two of you, and I think that might be a good thing.
Okay.
I just sent Tony a friend request right now.
I know, because it's.
I'm being a good guest, and I'm only looking at your screen, so I'm not looking at anybody else's pages right now.
Do you know how many screens I look at while I'm doing this show?
Yeah, I couldn't do that. I would get distracted.
I got like 7 or 8 things going on.
The 5 little pictures down at the bottom keep distracting me. So of all the hosts. So.
All right, so we're going to be going into our next hour. That is our 4th hour. We're going to be talking with guest Hank Garner, and he is going to be talking to us about his really cool Author Stories podcast. That is, I'm just really jelly over, because he's got some very interesting things that I have even yet to get to, so I'm hoping to glean some things from how he does what he does. But we are going to be closing with Mr. Tony Sarrecchia, so I would like it for those who are on staff right now to say their final goodbyes and or comments. Go.
Thank you so much for your time, Tony. It was a pleasure, and I converted not only myself but my father as a fan. He's been
I
watching.
appreciate that. 2 more fans. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much again.
Thanks. I will see you guys later. Have a good one. Have a good
See ya.
show.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye. Wow, I enjoy having him on because he is just an interesting individual in his own right, but he also has some very creative ideas. Very excited to see what he's going to be bringing out in the future of 2016 and beyond. Right now, though, we have Hank Garner on, and he's going to be talking about his author podcast stories that he does, and some pretty cool work. And he also has a couple of other things up his sleeve. But what we're going to do first is we're going to make sure that he gets properly introduced to our guest co-host for this evening, Scott Wilson. Scott Wilson talks a lot about veterans issues, and we have him on because we're kind of sans the regular group of ghastly ghouls that we normally have on. So go ahead and say hello, Scott, to our guest.
Hello, Hank. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Hi, Scott. Nice to meet you, too.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, so we're going to put you on the big screen.
Okay.
And there you go. Whoa! Oh, we had you for a second on the big screen, and there you went. And now you're back. Check you out. Look at that setting you got there.
I'm going to go ahead and apologize ahead of time. It was like 80 degrees here yesterday, and now it's 20, and I've got this little cough. So if I keep going off camera to clear my throat, that's fine.
Don't worry about that. You got some kind of like lemon or something.
Oh, no. Well, I'm getting properly caffeinated as we go, and I have a backup French press. Just to make sure that we keep the good stuff flowing.
All right. Okay, so what we're gonna. Oh.
I don't know if Scott was choking or laughing or what.
Oh no.
Scott, when I was talking with, I think it was Tony, he made me laugh so hard I literally choked, and it was like flat all over the floor. I didn't spew, but I was like, all right, he got me laughing. That was pretty funny.
Hey, how cool is the stuff Tony's got going on?
Oh, very.
Man, I was getting fired up just listening to him.
I brought him on a good handful of times over this past year, learning about this really cool radio drama. I love radio drama.
Oh yeah, me too.
One of the things that I loved was listening to Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin. And part of the reason why we actually have Crunchy as part of our cast now is because I wanted to write a short couple of minute radio drama having to do with me and Dead Door, and I needed an engineer. And we needed Crunchy was only supposed to be on for 30 seconds, period, end of sentence. And it ended up, it took me about 3 days just to write what I needed to because there was no visual or anything like this. This was literally just all radio, and we were actually behind the scenes. You didn't see us. Nice. And I sweated over that, and I'm like, man, I want to do this, but this looks like crap, and I don't know, I don't know why something's missing, and it doesn't have the sense of timing. It doesn't have the laugh marks, and all. It just is off. So like I said, I sweated over this thing for about 3 days, and I'm like, I'm either gonna finish it now, or I'm going to throw it in the garbage. So it was about maybe a good 20 minutes away from the circular file, and then I was like, I have an idea. So what I needed to do was I needed to put in a third wheel. And so you always say you have your straight guy, and then you have your fall guy, and then you've got to have another character in there to be able to kind of like go in between that, even if it's only for half a second, so to speak.
Right.
I do not envy at all these people who can do that and just do it, and it doesn't bother them. They just seem to be able to just go along and just be able to take care of it. I know what it's like. You know what it's like, just to put a good cast together when you're doing a podcast.
Yeah.
So since we've got you here, we're going to talk about your author podcast. I am interested in also other things that you are bringing to the plate too, but I want to get this out up front. What do you seek when you are looking for someone to bring to the show?
Okay.
What do you do to develop ways to be able to keep the guest engaged, and why do you love doing that?
Okay. So let me figure out where to begin here. So I have a history in radio. Going back to when I was about 14, there was a local radio station, and a friend of mine worked there, and I knew some other people there, but they allowed me to intern on the weekends, which is a really cool word for you go and you work for free and you do a lot of grunt work. And at the time there were these old reel-to-reel automation machines, so you would have to load reels on the machine and do stuff like that and play actual songs on actual records and things like that. So but anyway, that kind of began my love of radio, and I did that through high school, and then worked full-time in radio and TV production from my late teens to through my mid-20s or so. Have worked in IT ever since, and so anyway, I when podcast really became a thing a few years ago, I kind of became obsessed with podcasting and found several shows that I really liked, and kind of have this, you get to a certain point when you're an adult and you stop like finding new music to listen to, and you start looking for other things. And so I would find that I'd listen to very little music anymore during my commute and stuff like that, and I was always listening to podcasts. So anyway, I became a writer along the way. Have written in various mediums throughout the years, but started looking at really writing fiction about three and a half years ago, and found some podcasts that I really liked, and learned an awful lot from them. But what I was not getting was what I really wanted to hear was the writer's story. Not the stories that they wrote per se, but I really wanted to understand what made them tick. What was it that where I wanted to know where their creativity came from. I wanted to know where story ideas come from. There's lots of great podcasts about the business of writing and about marketing and all that kind of stuff, and those things are extremely important, and
Right.
And I do not diminish them whatsoever, because I have some of those guys are my friends, and learned a great deal from them, but the show that I specifically wanted to hear, I couldn't find it. So I said, well, I'll just start my own show. And so kind of the tagline of the show is the story behind the stories and the storytellers. And what I try to focus on is to find out what makes this particular writer special. What makes them stand out from everyone else, and what is the catalyst for their creativity? So I always begin with that motif, if you will, and then it just goes from there. I always begin every episode. I know people are tired of hearing me say it, but I start with the same variation, a variation of the same question. That's what's your first memory of wanting to be a writer? Invariably, at least 80%, and this is a non-scientific number, but by my guess, about 80% or better say, well, I've just always been a writer. It's just always been there. So then that opens up the floodgates to to their whole story about, why they are storytellers and where that comes from. And it just kind of flows from there.
That's pretty cool, and it's goes along the lines that we do here at Zombiepalooza Radio.
Yeah.
My idea is, you can put any monkey behind a mic and have him ask questions or have her ask questions, but then after a while, it seems to all just be muddled into one kind of big conglomerate of stuff, and there's nothing that makes it stand out. What I'm interested in is getting to the core of what makes the person drive to produce the way they do. And then you get to see where their mindset is and how they make a production, no matter if it's a book or a film or whatever, from their perspective. The other part that I like is that I do a lot of photography, and I also read a lot, listen to people who create way better than I do, and I want to learn from them as much as I possibly can at the for the perspective that I have and experience to be able to improve. And I saw this one documentary where the person was saying, when you shoot something, you get the more so of the person that's behind behind the camera than you do in front of the camera.
Sure.
And I don't know, for whatever reason, that seemed like a really powerful statement to me, because people up in the front, they're going to be doing their best to be able to make the shots right, and they're going to do the best to make the scene look the way it needs to, no matter if it's a film or just a regular shoot. And I didn't really get the idea of how important it was to know for real that what that person behind the camera is doing is bringing their perspective. Also, when you create a story, or when you create a podcast, any of that, you're going to be bringing your perspectives. So what is important to you and how you view things, and the cool thing about it is that you get to hear the person in front of you say things often that they wouldn't normally say in regular everyday life.
Yeah, I agree. And I think one of the most important things to remember when you're, if you're doing something like I'm doing, is the biggest skill that you need to have is the ability to talk to people. You need to be able to carry a conversation. Ask leading questions and then shut up and listen. You listen to a lot of things, and the interviewer, of course, has their agenda. And like you were talking about with documentary filmmakers, of course they have an agenda, and of course it's going to come out. And especially if you have the power to edit, it's going to, the story is going to be the story you wanted to tell. But with a podcast like that, you need to be able to ask questions that kind of stoke the creativity and get people talking, and then sit back and listen to what they have to say. I think that's probably one of the most important things, is learning when not to talk.
You're all right about that. And every once in a while, I get people to say, they'll write on my boards or on the notes and stuff like that, I like you because you know when to get out of the way.
That's great. It's fantastic. It's fantastic.
That's one of the highest compliments you could possibly get on something like that.
Absolutely. It's kind of like a great blues guitarist is. It's not necessarily which scales and how you can flawlessly pull that off. It's knowing when not to play. It's knowing when to sit back and give space. That's what makes a great musician.
All right, we're going to shift gears a little bit.
Okay.
I want you, because I do and because I can, ask you, what are 3 words that would describe your current perspective?
3 words?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Perspective on just life
Where
in general,
you are right now with all the stuff that you have done so far with the writing and the working on different projects, and of course, everything. Right now, if someone were to ask you, which I'm doing right now, what are 3 words to describe your current perspective on your life?
Gratitude would be high on the list. Learning to recognize the good fortune that you've had and to be thankful for it. I think that needs to always be a high priority. Never getting to the place where you just assume that good things should happen to you just because you're a great person. Be grateful for when things do. I think that helps you keep perspective. Persistence. Persistence is really big with me. I wrote a blog post about it yesterday that persistence is the writer's superpower. There's a lot of things that you do because you have a passion for it and you believe in it, and there's going to be a lot of times when it doesn't seem like that thing is paying off, or it doesn't seem like anyone appreciates what you're doing, and then all of a sudden, if you persist, you look up one day and there's a whole crowd of people that have joined you, and then gratitude comes back into it, and understanding that that this is a gift you've been given. And I guess the third thing would be courage. And that's one thing, and I don't even know if courage is the right word, but you have to be willing to take risks, and you have to put yourself out there. When you're scared to death, you do it anyway. Courage is not the lack of fear. It's stepping out and doing something whether you're scared or not. So courage, persistence, and gratitude. I think someone asked me the other day how I got a particular guest on my show, and I said, well, I just asked them, and then when they didn't answer, I asked again, and I persisted until I just finally wore them down. But. But you've got to take the step and ask to begin with. It's you will fail to get 100% of the things you don't ask for.
You're right about that.
So you've got to just man up, and if you'll let me use that term, and just do it, and just assume that things are going to work out, and a great percentage of things will not happen for you, and people will say no, and people will blow you off, and you just come back next week and you try it again, and you try it again, and you try it again until you wear people down.
Do you know how many times I've wanted to quit doing this show in the 3 years that I've done this?
I think I can. I probably am in a unique position to know exactly how you feel.
Yes, and it's what I look at, with a little shop talk right now, what I look at is, all right, so I don't know how many episodes I've done. I mean, and all of the shows are all 5 hours for at least 2 years now, almost 2.5 years now. Every show is 5 hours. Most podcasts. Something, thank you. I think. Crazy. I have looked at that, and yeah, that's really cool, and people really like that, but what happens to the next episode? I'm always concerned about the next episode. It's not about what I've already done. And some people will look at this and go, "Are you kidding? Look at that!" But it's done, and I did whatever I needed to do to be able to get it so that it was the best I could possibly do. But I still am looking at, my God, what if they get to a point where they don't like this anymore, or I'm running out of ideas? It's very difficult too to also come up with a theme. When you're going and you're doing your podcast, no matter how long it is, you need to be able to have some sort of point of interest. Talk about that.
Yeah, and podcasting is a lot like writing in that it doesn't matter how great last week's episode was. When you come into the studio tomorrow, you've got a blank slate all over again. It's like it doesn't matter how great the last book you wrote was. When you open up Microsoft Word and you've got a white screen there with no words on it, it can be terrifying. So it's a start over every week. When you're podcasting, and it's and if you allow it, it could be crippling. That fear could really. It can be discouraging. It can be, especially when you're not getting feedback from listeners.
Yes.
And there were many months that I did my podcast that I got very little feedback from people. And I would get people on Facebook, would like when you share a link and stuff like that. But you would really love to hear people say, "Oh, I loved how your guest said this, and then you followed with this, and just something, let me know that you're listening,
Right.
And but yeah, so when you're kind of in the doldrums of it, and especially when you're in a building phase, and you're laying that foundation, it can be really discouraging. But you just stick with it, and one thing is, I created the show for me, and when everyone else came along and started listening, that was just gravy.
Yes.
But the thing that I kept in my mind was, I'm going to have an hour or an hour and a half where I get to sit down with this person whom I respect, and I look up to, and I'm going to get to just ask them anything that I've ever wanted to ask them. So if no one else listened, then that's fine too.
Right.
For me, this has been an educational experience, and one of the highest compliments I got from a listener one time was, they said that the Author Stories podcast is like a master's degree program in creative writing, and that blew my mind. But
I want to interject a little bit on there. I am part of a larger project. One of the really cool things that happened within the last couple of months is I was asked to be a part of a publishing house. Now, I've been asked before to be part of projects, and I've said no. Or I looked at it and I examined it, and I was like, something in my gut says no.
Right.
But this time I said yes. And one of the things that they're going to be doing for their authors only is they're going to be teaching master classes on how to be better authors or better producers. And I'm very interested in seeing if I can, well, I've got you here, captive, asking you if you'd be interested in teaching a master class on this very subject.
Oh, that would be fun.
All right. Okay.
That would be fun. Yeah, we'll talk about it. That sounds great.
All right. So
I'm on the hook.
Yeah, you're on the hook now. All right. So let's go talk to some of your characters, I should say. You've got Tales of the Apocalypse. You were part of an anthology that I spent a good at least 10 hours on live.
Yeah, I was on that first show that you did.
I got some really, really cool numbers from that show. People just ate
Nice.
that thing up, and they're still doing it. Talk about the story for the anthology Tales of the Apocalypse while I try to kill this fly.
My story there, well, first off, Chris Porto, who was the editor, curator, the the brain trust behind Tales of the Apocalypse. We're really good friends, and we were talking many months. And he said, I think I want to put together this anthology, and I'd like for you to write a story. And says, okay. So his story was, a straight up zombie apocalypse story through the eyes of a family pet. And that is not necessarily my wheelhouse. That's not my strong suit. I tend to write really weird stories mine are kind of more modern fantasy, for lack of a better term, where you have these normal settings where weird things happen, and the supernatural has a tendency to leak in to where things are going. So Chris said it would, and again, most of my stories take place in this fictional town called Weston, Mississippi, that I created, and Weston is a really strange place where the way I like to describe it is the veil between this world and the next is a little thinner in Weston, and things leak through. So he challenged me to write a story that would anchor into that world that I created. So I wanted to do something a little different because I still have plans for Weston, so I didn't want to destroy it right now. So I looked at another way that I could tell an apocalyptic story. So I started looking at legends and things from history, and I thought, what is a major devastation, but also animals? And so I had the idea of a Noah's Ark type story, but instead of told through the eyes of Noah or the people on the boat, which is what most of the time happens, I told the story from the eyes of someone who was destroyed in the flood, and their pet. So that's how I approached it, and the story is called Keena's Lament, and it's all about a hybrid being who is part angel or part alien, however you want to look at that, and part human, and his companion, and how they handle the worldwide devastation of a flood.
We're going to switch gears a little bit,
Yeah.
still along the writer's line, and we're going to talk about your series called Writer's Block. Talk a little bit about what the conception was for this particular series, and it's not your regular kind of tale of writer's block. Talk about it.
Writer's Block, it started as a short story. I wrote a novel that I published this past summer. It's called Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, and I was getting ready to start another project after that. I had a couple of things on the burner that I was working on, but I wanted to write something that would just kind of be a palate cleanser, that would just let me get that story out of my head, kind of give me a clean slate before I began something else. So I keep a folder on my computer with story ideas. I'll have a dream, I'll have a conversation with somebody, I'll watch a movie or something, and just these random ideas pop in. I think most writers out there can understand what I'm talking about. You get these just snippets of ideas, and sometimes they turn into something, sometimes they don't, but I try to write those down when I get them. So I have a folder on my computer, and I'll just create a new document, and I'll put this 1 or 2 sentences in it, and I'll save it, and then ever so often I'll just go read through and see if something sparks my imagination again. So anyway, this day where I'm kind of trying to figure out what I'm going to do, I start browsing through that folder, and there was a document, and I titled it Writer's Block, and I opened it up, and I just had a couple of sentences in it, and it said something along the lines of successful novelist is stuck, and then another line said, what if he had a magic typewriter? And that's all. And I have no idea how those two concepts came together. I don't even remember what the original idea was or why I wrote that down. But when I read it, this fully formed story just kind of rolled out of my head right there, and I just began typing. And a couple of days later, I had this fully formed story, And I saved it, and I kind of I put it aside for a couple of days, just kind of stew on it and kind of let the story mature and breathe. And I went back and I edited it, and anyway, it turned into this this story that I just really love, and it's about a successful novelist named Stu Remington, and he writes adventure novels, kind of like a Indiana Jones type novel series, and he has 2 novels finished in a trilogy, and his publisher's waiting for the 3rd novel, but he has crippling writer's block. He cannot figure out what to do with it. So he's at a yard sale one day, and he finds an old IBM Selectric typewriter that he picks up, and he puts it in his office, and doesn't really think anything about it. So he's trying to figure out what to do with this writer's block, and he says, well, sometimes if you just try something different, you'll shake it loose. So he rolls a piece of paper into the old typewriter, he fires it up, and he just writes a complete nonsense paragraph about a bar that's attacked by a bear that comes out of the woods, and he just laughs it off, goes to bed. The next day he comes into his office and he opens up the newspaper, and the thing he wrote came true. And so this just completely wrecks Stu's world. And so this is, and so the along the way, Stu meets a cast of characters. And you come to find out that there's more to Stu than him just having writer's block. He's bound up for a reason. He's got some pretty horrible things that have happened to him personally, and the rest of the world may not know about it, but Stu knows about it. And he's got this magic typewriter, and these other characters that some of them need his help, some of them he needs them. And some of them may not be from this world. And so I published the story, and I kind of left it open-ended because I like to do that with short stories. I don't like things that just finish up neatly. I like to, when I read a story, I like for the writer to let me wonder what happened and maybe come to some of my own conclusions. But people started asking me what happens next, and I said, well, I don't know what happens next. I didn't write the next part. So I sat down and I started thinking about it, and I came up with 5 more stories. So it's going to be a 6-episode serial. 3 of them have been published. I published the 3rd one this week, and people love it. So it's crazy for a project that just literally came out of nowhere. It's been super fun. I've gotten to explore some topics that I've not gotten to explore yet. And I get to kind of use some funky magic that, is just kind of off the wall, and it's a lot of fun.
All right, we're going to go. He does have 3 so far in that series. First one is Writer's Block Part 1. Second is Writer's Block Part 2, Angels Unaware. Then Writer's Block Part 3, Flatline. So you can go over to, I would assume, Amazon.com to be able to pick that up. All right, we're going to go on to a couple of your other books. We're going to talk about Mulligan. And what I would like you to do here, instead of giving us a large description, is I want you to give me 3 words that would describe Mulligan.
Wow. 3 words. You're doing that to me again, huh? 3 words to describe Mulligan. Wow. It's a story of time travel. So I guess time travel would be, I'm going to cheat and use that as one of my words, time travel. It's also the story of a family. Though it may not seem like it, but there's a strong family element to Mulligan that seems to resonate with people. And the other one would be hope. There's a the subtitle of the book is A Tale of Time Travel and Second Chances. So the main character in this book is he's not a nice guy. and he's just not. And his life is a wreck and a mess, and he doesn't even realize that it is. But through a set of circumstances, he has amnesia and time travels, and finds himself in 3 different situations that he has to get his self out of. And through this he learns about himself and the people around him.
All right, we're going to go on to, I enjoy authors who really have a full understanding of their works and can describe them in very short terminology to give an essence of what is going on, a small vignette also, and a drive for us to be able to go and read it. That's why the 3 words. So you got a little bit of an insight there. I'm going to do something a little bit different here in your next book. Your book, the next one I want to go to is the book called Bloom. And what I want you to do here is I'm going to give you a choice. I'm going to either ask you for your favorite line from this book or tell me something that you had to work on yourself before you could finish it.
Wow. Let's see. There's so much I could talk about with it. Bloom was the first book that I wrote, and it came from some very personal places for me. And before I could write that book, I think I had to. It was a process for me to understand that everyone has a story, and that their lot in life is not necessarily chosen by them, but they're a product of their surroundings and the influences they've had. So before I could write that book, I had to come to terms, I think, with that fact that people are more than how they behave. They're more than what they're born into, and learning that about people was a powerful thing for me.
We're going to move on to the next book. The next book is called The Witching Hour. And in this book, what I want you to tell me is, what was your most disturbing dream writing The Witching Hour? Not about the process of the book, but what was the most disturbing dream you had while you were conceptualizing The Witching Hour?
Probably the fear that the things that you pretend will actually come true. The things that you like everyone has a persona that they project into the world, and what would you do if that actually came true? It's a metaphor for the deepest, darkest secrets that we have actually coming to light. So that would probably be the most disturbing dream, is that you're kind of laid naked in front of everyone to be seen for what you really are. And I think that's probably a dream that we all have. We all have that dream that you go into elementary school and you're in your underwear or something, and that probably goes deep to to some psychological place. I don't know, but yeah, that's that was kind of it's a fun story. It's not all deep and heavy like like it sounds, but yeah, at the core of it, it's a character who has been pretending to be something and gets found out.
Yeah, I can relate. All right,
I think we all can.
Now. We're just gonna move along, and we've got another book here called Alt History.
Yeah, that's an anthology that actually comes out next week from Samuel Peralta from his Future Chronicle series, and this is the second edition of his alternate history chronicles, and I have a story in that, and it comes out next week.
talk about, give me the name of it, or give me a little bit of essence of what this anthology is about.
Yeah, well, it's a collection of alternate history stories. So it's a lot of what if stories. What it kind of along the lines of Philip K. Dick's The Man in the High Castle, which is getting a lot of attention now. That whole story is what would happen if the Allies did not win World War II. So we were all tasked with coming up with some sort of a what if question. What if the world would have turned out differently? So because I like weird stories, and I like to read a lot of like crazy conspiracy stuff, and I love all the possibilities that come out of that. Not that I necessarily believe them all, but I like to. I like where it takes your thought process. So I pitched my story to Sam Peralta, and I said a lot of people believe that we have been visited by aliens, and that our technology that we now enjoy is because we have reverse engineered alien technology. And there was supposedly an alien craft that crashed at Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. What would have happened if they didn't crash at Roswell then, but actually crashed in 2015? What would the world be like? What would would 2014 have been just like the 1950s, or so? We would not have had technology, and how would the world then, receive that? So that's the kernel of the story that I wrote. It's called The Visitation.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah. All right, so we are going to go to the last book that is on the list. Are you working on another one? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Because I just, that was something that just drove by there.
Always.
I want to, though, focus in on this last book we have here in print. It is called Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. What I'd like you to do here, since we're in a little bit of a number thing, give me 7 concepts from this book that you worked on that seem to resonate with you even still.
7 concepts from Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. One concept is that history is important, and that another concept would be that family is important. Another concept would be that sometimes we're called on to do things that we don't think we're prepared for. Another concept, that's 3. Another concept would be our friends are very important. So none of us are an island.
Right.
Another concept would be courage, facing fear when you are absolutely terrified, but you have to face it anyway. Another concept is that there's real evil in the world.
Yes.
I think a lot of my stories tend to be a lot of introspection, and sometimes we are our own hero and our own villain at the same time. But one of the concepts in Seventh Son is that even outside of that, sometimes there's real, actual evil that has to be dealt with. And I guess the final one would be, was that 6?
You're at 6. You're at 7 now.
Okay. The 7th one would be that sometimes bad things happen just because they happen. And you just have to make the best of it. That sometimes we didn't ask for the lot in life that we're given, but you just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and you go do it anyway. So that would kind of be
very cool. And there's a wonderful write-up from Stefan Boltz, author of the White Dragon series. He speaks of Garner's writings as follows. Garner's writings moving at times, funny at others, deeply satisfying when you reach the last page. We need more of this sort of story, inspiring and beautiful. Stefan Boltz. All right, we're going to move along. I know that Scott probably would like to ask some questions. I know Scott likes Supernatural, and we have the theme running through this show tonight of the Supernatural. Go ahead and ask some questions.
Well, I haven't had the pleasure to read your work yet, but we are Facebook friends as of right now.
Awesome.
And your subject matter intrigues me because it varies from book to book. I love the writer's block because I've had that. I know what that's like.
Haven't we all?
Yes, but one of my favorite, and I say it's one of the top 5 stories ever put from a writer's mind to ink to paper, is A Christmas Carol. And
Yes.
that when I've got your website up, and when it described Mulligan, which, you know, the term lends itself to that title, but it
Yeah.
talked about Quantum Leap, which was one of my favorite shows, but it also mentioned A Christmas Carol. And it seems to be a recurring theme that settles around different genres and settles in Groundhog Day, for example.
Yeah.
Your writing, as you describe it, comes from the place where you started, and the gentleman that runs inside the Actors Studio tends to focus on how that developed out, and it seems to come out in your work when you say ordinary individuals in extraordinary situations, which I can identify with. If you were confronted with that situation in Mulligan, and you had to do your 3 turns to actually correct things in your life, how would you approach that as a person and as a writer suddenly confronted with that gift?
I don't know. I hope that I'd rise to the task like Connor Mulligan did. You know, I have the advantage of being able to write him out of situations that he gets himself into. So, you know, it's a lot prettier on paper than it is, you know, in actual real life. But you know, one thing that I have always tried to the rule that I've always tried to live by, and the thing that my wife and I try to teach our children, is to treat people the way you want to be treated. That will carry you a long, long way in life. You know, and that's the rule I try to live by with my podcast, is try to do something, try to treat people better than you expect to be treated, and good things happen. So I would hope that if I get thrown in that situation, that I could get down to what my core values are and say, you know what, I'm going to try to just treat people better, and see if then in turn I correct the thing in me that's got me in this situation. So, I mean, it's maybe kind of simplistic, but I really do. That's kind of the core thing I try to live by, is, you know, if you do nice things for other people and treat them better than you expect to be treated, then eventually, you know, things will turn around.
I got a question from Mr. Preston, who's listening.
Preston Lay.
His what is it called? Is it Imaginarium?
The Legendarium.
Legendarium. The Legendarium. Very cool. Very cool.
The finest book blog for indie writers.
I think he wanted. I saw his question up there, but what he wants to know. There it is. I don't know if you take questions, but yes, we take questions. Where did the story idea for Mulligan come from?
That's a good question. I had just finished writing Bloom and wanted to shift gears a little bit and tell a more fantastical kind of story. And originally, I didn't have the idea that it would be a Christmas Carol type of story. But like Scott said, it definitely laid out that way when I started outlining it. And I started kind of understanding Connor's motivations, and I said, you know what, I think he needs to get into a situation where he is confronted with himself so that he can correct these things. So it just kind of organically evolved. I remember having a very simple premise at first. What if you had amnesia, didn't know who you were, but then wound up kind of a fish out of water? And I've always loved time travel. I've always loved kind of weird fantasy stories. And I threw in that Connor developed some superpowers, some kind of over the top psychic abilities, mind over matter kind of stuff, and I just threw that in for fun, and it just kind of came out. I wish there was a more sexy idea for it, but it was just kind of one of those that I worked on and kind of walked around with the idea in my head, and it kind of grew and grew and grew, and there it was.
Very cool. I like that. All right, so we're going to talk about how to engage your audience. You have a number of different things that you do. You're a writer. You do this really cool podcast, but you do a few other things too. What is it that helps you, or what is a couple of ways, methods that you use to help engage the fans in what you're doing, keep them connected?
Provide quality content. Write good stories. Write the best stories that you can. Try to engage readers. If you sign up for my mailing list on my website, then when I have a new story come out, everyone on my mailing list has the option of downloading a free review copy of all of my stories. So things like that, building, giving people a chance. If you give people something, then they will keep engaging with you, and then hopefully share that with other people. So providing good content, keeping close contact with people that enjoy what you do, is a good one. The podcast, I know everyone can't do a podcast, but I try to provide I do provide a new show every week, and I try to ask the kind of questions that other people want to hear.
I have something for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Because you're in a unique position. I'm going to let you, if you want, ask me a question, any question you want, and I'll answer it.
Okay. When did you first know that you wanted to be a writer?
I do have a book.
Yeah? What is your first memory when you knew that you were a storyteller?
My first memory of when I knew that I was a storyteller. When I was about 12. I was picked on a lot. Horribly picked on. And so I did something kind of a little bit unique. I reinvented my home life because my home life really sucked really bad.
Yeah.
So I started thinking, if I wanted to be anywhere on the planet at all, where would it be, and what would my experiences be? So I had this big white fluffy coat, and it looked like something that an Inuit would wear. And so I told them that I had relatives that were from Antarctica, where the Inuits are, and that's where this coat came from. And then it just went blah, and they were so either naive or so stupid or whatever that they just kind of like bought into that, and I went, well, damn. And then there was the next time, it was when I was still in grade school, and I was caught. Well, they thought I was doing something I shouldn't have been doing, and I was with somebody, a guy, one of my friends, and we were caught in a situation where that if you didn't really know what was really going on, you would think something really hinky was going on, and it wasn't. We just found a place to go away from everybody else because we were both picked on, and we just wanted to be away from that. And so my principal told me that if I could come up with a rationale as to why I was where I was and give him a logical explanation for this, that he would not put a penalty on me. He would not, give me some sort of suspension or SSI or whatever. So I did, and it didn't take me but maybe, I don't know, an hour and a half or so to write out. And then I gave it to him, and he goes, after he read it, he said, "You have the ability to be able to talk anybody into doing anything. Don't ever forget that."
Wow.
And that you should be either an attorney or you should do something, more, of
Creative.
substance, creative.
Yeah.
Yes, that's when I knew. And no, but I've never told that to anybody ever.
See, and from what you just told me there, I've got 45 questions I could follow up with. See, I could pull that whole story out of you. See, that's, yeah, we're gonna have to get to the bottom of that story. That's great.
It's unique. It's very unique. And the last part of all of that is, yes, I do have psychic ability. I have an 82% hit rate. I'm very good at what I do. There are a lot of things that I've seen that I just don't want to, but I've been having fun this evening so far because most of this show has been steeped in either supernatural or in possibilities of that, and it allows me to be able to pull out different kinds of things from the person that's in front of me as I allow myself to be able to use my ability to be able to draw the questions. Because, as you know, you don't get a list of questions.
Yeah.
I have to figure that part out, and it
That's
either
right.
is going to work well or it's going to tank.
Well, I was talking to my friend Stefan Boltz a few weeks ago. We did a special podcast together, and right before we started recording, he said, do you have some questions? And I said, nope. I think that your subconscious probably knows best, and so we just kind of dive in, and you just use your intuition and go with it, but that's something that you have to practice and hone, and that skill helps you be a writer, and being a writer helps you talk to people, so the two go hand in hand.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so we did a couple of shout outs for, I'm going to do it again, Stefan Boltz. Can you give us a book that he has recently written?
Yes, he has a book called The White Dragon Genesis, and it's the first in a trilogy. And he also has an amazing book called The Three Feathers, which is unlike anything you've ever read. I'll just put it that way.
All right, thank you so much for doing that. And let's see, we need to make sure that we get your social media. I'm pretty sure we've already done that, but go ahead and do that.
Yeah, everything that I have is at hankgarner.com. That's Garner. There's links there to my Twitter, Facebook, Google Plus. But everything is hubbed from my website, hankgarner.com.
It's been an amazing experience, as always, with Hank Garner, and thank you so much for being on. I want to get Scott Wilson to say his final goodbyes, and make sure you two are Facebook buddies and all of that
Yeah.
kind of thing.
And thank you, Jackie. Thanks for inviting me. I've had a blast. It's been a very quick hour.
Yes, it's already done. All right, come on, say goodbye.
Thanks, Hank. Thanks for coming in. It was a pleasure meeting you, and I look forward to seeing you on Facebook.
Thank you too, Scott. Good to meet you.
All right, we're going to be moving on. And these are your notes. I wrote all these notes and all of that kind of funky stuff, and I do that for each guest. Sometimes I send the notes to them. So, 'cause sometimes they get kind of curious as to what I'm doing with all the scratches and stuff like that I do. I take notes,
Oh, yeah. I have a notebook here that I scratch on the whole time that I'm doing interviews. But I have the benefit of not doing video, so people don't wonder what I'm scratching on.
I'm like, I get people that ask me, you look down a lot this way, or you look down a lot that way. What are you doing? I'm either going through and writing notes on the paper, as you see, or I'm going through my books and I'm, looking at different subject matters and stuff to be able to go. I really like to listen to the guest and see what's important to them, and then I go from there. I use different kinds of things that I've done for other people, and then this evening, though, I've come up with a lot of brand new question material. I'm hoping that it is engaging enough, and that people are enjoying that. Appreciate your time. I will talk to you very soon. Thank you so much for being on again. See you later.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, we're going to go on to our next guest, and our next guest is Forbes West, and it's time for him to push that button. Please and thank you. Woohoo! If you are listening currently to the show, please make sure that you like and subscribe, and please share. Crunchy would very, very much like that. Crunchy eSquirrel has been moved up to Chief Squirrel Engineer for Zombiepalooza Radio. We're very happy to announce that. A couple of weeks ago that happened. And for those who follow the show, he does have his own Facebook page, so please go over and like and share Crunchy eSquirrel's page. We are currently waiting for Forbes West. We are in our 5th hour. Scott Wilson, what do you think about all of this madness?
I'm actually enjoying it quite a lot.
Hi.
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're doing pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing just fine. How's the weather out there, guys?
Well, here, last time I looked out the window, we had maybe about 1.5 inches of snow. I don't know what's been going on for the past 4 hours because I've been sitting here, but I'm thinking it's pretty okay. How is it out where you are?
You guys are gonna kill me. It's about maybe 60 degrees, clear. Nope. Kind of nice out. I can wear shorts if I want to.
All right, I can deal with that. All right, so Forbes West has been on this show a good handful of times over the last year, and we're looking forward to him being on a even more decent handful this time, 2016. What I want to do currently, because he's usually used to having Double D, Crunchy, and Scott Pearson, but this evening, the weather and poor Scott Pearson, he's been working long hours, so poor thing almost fell asleep a couple hours ago, so I sent him home. Right now, we have a guest co-host. I like to do that every once in a while, take our fan base and put them out there in front and center. And we have with us Scott Wilson, who is talking about veterans' rights and different kinds of things that veterans experience when they are basically left to their own device. And so what I want to do now is introduce Scott Wilson to Forbes West. Go ahead.
Hello, Forbes.
Scott. Hey, very nice to talk to you, sir.
Pleasure to meet you. And
All
it's
right.
cold here. 14 degrees.
Yeah, I remember those kind of cold winters. I don't know if you guys know this, but I grew up in Chicago, so Chicago is basically Siberia right now.
Yes.
And I kind of
I'm about 6 hours north.
Yeah, so that's even worse. Yeah, that's upper Russia. I know. That's I don't miss that too much. I miss the Winter Wonderland, like the Christmases, but yeah, past this point in almost going into February, yeah, forget about it.
Right.
Yeah, they grounded 5,000 flights. I was before I got on the air, was watching all the news like a hawk, and I haven't been able to see anything lately. But I'm hoping that everybody that is up in those areas, especially C.J. Creech, who drove 13 hours to get up to New York to go to the Civic Center for a convention, is okay and does not end up getting stranded up there. So you be safe up there, CJ. All right. So tonight in this hour, it's all about Forbes West. So for those who may not know your background as an author, why don't you give them an idea of what your style is, what genre you write in, and if there's an age limit, how you do all of that. Go ahead.
Okay, well, basically, I've written about 3 books so far that have been published. The first one was Nighthawks at the Mission, which is kind of a sci-fi, slightly post-apocalyptic, but not the way you might think of it, because it has to deal with another planet. And then also I wrote a couple straight zombie apocalypse books. The first one was Medium Talent, and that was part of the Apocalypse Weird series, and then it had a follow-up, which just came out not that long ago, Bad Dream Man, which is, again, was part of the Apocalypse Weird series, and again, a zombie apocalypse book. They're very, how do you describe them in style? They're very, they're adult, not ridiculously so, but I don't think you would want kids under the 8th grade range to be reading that. And yeah, I just try to keep all my stuff. I try to always keep a toe in reality. Let's put it that way. My sci-fi, for example, Nighthawks of the Mission, that's not something that's like pure out there. It's got a lot to do with modern society, kind of a contemporary feel. And yeah, that's it's pretty much my style. That's the kind of stuff I like to work in. I like to take reality and our contemporary times and kind of twist it on its head and play with it like that.
Talk to me about what it's like for you to take a work from concept and evolve it. And I want more of the process of how you see it visually. Talk to me about how you create the world that is around your characters.
Well, when I was writing Nighthawks of the Mission, and then also when I wrote the Apocalypse Weird books, I always started with world building, so I didn't even really think about the characters so much. I just kind of thought about some kind of cool setting. So, for example, Nighthawks of the Mission, the setting is, it's basically, the same kind of USA that we live in right now, but a crazy thing happened a few years before where a portal in the South Pacific opened and people could travel through to this other planet. And so I kind of set up the rules between, again, how that worked, how the USA would operate on another planet, how the USA would colonize some Lord of the Rings kind of world, how the USA would just deal with that on a person-to-person level as well, having people move over there and, how their interactions would be in such a strange place. So I always just dealt with building the world as of itself, like, even to really ridiculous amounts of minutia that actually didn't really translate into the book later. So, for example, I thought about how they'd be doing currency. I thought how they'd have laws over there. I thought about, again, like the kind of cultural interactions. And again, is it just the USA is over in this other new planet that's being colonized, or is it other countries, combating that? So I try to set up the world first. And so I do a lot of research. I take a lot of time just jotting down notes, anything I can read, anything I can pick up on, anything I can watch, and just having, like, again, a ridiculous amount of notes. And it looks just crazy when you see it because it makes sense to me, but it looks like a serial killer's journal, when you take a look at it because it's all over the place.
All right.
And, so yeah, that's what I kind of do with that. And I did the same thing with the other books too. Just try to set up what the world was and then plant the characters in later.
That's cool. That's what I like to hear. All right. So, I love quantum physics. something that I like to study about, and I'm interested in, especially in interdimensional worlds. And science is starting to catch up with this idea of multi-dimensions. And so when you were talking about this first in the first 5 minutes of your descriptions with Nighthawks at the mission, I was like, I could see something like that happening and allowing for what I know in my perspective. I could walk right into that and go, okay, I can believe that. What is it like for you knowing that science is starting to catch up with the idea that the world is really stranger than what we perceive it to be to begin with, and that many of the stories that you're coming up with might very well, in fact, be true someplace else?
Yeah, I think that is a fascinating factor. I mean, I mean, I'm not an expert in any way, but when I was reading about that as well, like, I heard something about the CERN program. I think it's in Switzerland.
Switzerland, yes.
Yeah, and the way they have this, particle accelerators and all the work they do, and that they kind of, one of the articles I read, I don't know if this was like a junk publication or if this was like a really real one, but it was talking about how that they had some strange effects that were going on. For example, like they believed that they almost had a moment of time travel where a particle might have come back from the future, and then there's also a moment when they had some kind of effect where they noticed that it must have been like impinging on what had to be another universe. That was basically the gist as they put it. I don't know, again, if this was like true science or just one of these kind of like weird little websites that has the same stuff about.
Well, guess what? That's actually white papers that are actually talking about that very thing that you're talking about. We're starting to understand that basically the world is built out of bubbles. And like when you're a little kid and you blow bubbles and some of them interact, lightly, and some go a little bit deeper, and then there's more that impinge. They look like they're enveloped all the way through. Mm-hmm. This is what they're finding, that we actually have these particular different kinds of waves and particles, and some of them that we're just starting to find out now. And doing the projects that they're doing over at CERN, some people were very concerned that it would strike up some antimatter, which would perhaps cause everything to spontaneously combust. I'll tell you that when they were starting to do this in 2011, 2012, I was very concerned that they might have overstepped their boundaries. But they've had, I think, at least 2 or 3 tests since then, and they are finding out, like I said, everything is connected. And so when you go and you get a concept for your works in this Apocalypse Weird series, it could very well be built someplace else, and you are just kind of tapping into the, as we call it, super consciousness, and you're able to pull out some of that stuff and be able to put it down on paper, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think, I remember I saw like a meme. I saw a meme once where sorry, getting a little feedback. So yeah, I saw a meme once where it was talking about like, every book that's ever been written is basically another universe. That if mm-hmm. there's quantum, if quantum physics is completely true, and there's alternate dimensions, alternate universes, that every possible thought you could possibly have about anything has happened somewhere else at some other time. Going from like the more, like those alternative scenarios where, for example, like the Nazis win World War II. Right. We live in a different society, or it's something even more radically different. And I always thought that was just an absolutely fascinating thought. So almost in a way, if you really do extrapolate that, even my books, even anything I put down, could potentially be its own universe. And again, like you said, it's a weird kind of a concept to deal with. I mean, it's a very heavy metaphysical concept to think about, that anything you create, anything you think of at any possible time could be happening somewhere. If there's billions upon billions of universes all interacting, going back and forth, I mean, that's It's a mind-blowing thought. I think Stephen King even talks about that a little bit too. He wrote the Dark Tower series, and there's one part in the
Yes.
Dark Tower series where himself actually interacts with his own characters, and I think that was Stephen King's nod towards that idea that King is writing down all these ideas for books, but maybe somewhere there is a universe where, Pennywise the clown is actually, a space alien from beyond time that's eating little kids in a small town somewhere. That could be a true thing. Or, again, the Stand, population's been wiped out, and 98% of the world has been killed
Right.
off by a superstar. That could be happening. So, I mean, it really is a scary, fascinating concept. And also, I think, once they get into it more, it might explain a lot more phenomena that we, are considered kind of out there. For example, hauntings and ghosts could just be one universe interacting with another and splitting over. Bigfoot could be just exactly the same story. Aliens appearing could be just, again, a breach in the dimensions, So, I mean,
Right.
more and more we find out about that, I think we're going to find out less that it was a paranormal and supernatural effect, and actually it's just that's just universes interacting with each other.
Absolutely. All right. I want to go over to Scott Wilson because I think that he's got some questions for you. So go ahead, Scott.
There we go. Yeah, I'm a huge fan myself of that multiverse theory, and as I get older, and especially over the last 20 years or so, I'm seeing so much that is coming out that we once thought was science fiction, and it's now become fact. The whole thing with CERN, as was brought up, it's boggling. I mean, I remember watching my grandfather as he was approaching his final years, and we'd have discussions about some of the things that he never thought would come true. And I can see that's kind of a recurring theme in your work, Forbes. Tell me, you mentioned that you start the premise and then put the characters, once you build the framework, you put the characters inside the framework. Is that the way you usually work on all your work?
Pretty well much. I mean, I'm starting some new projects that couldn't be considered like science fiction at all. It's mostly kind of, I guess, what you would call quote unquote literature kind of stuff. But yeah, definitely when it comes to science fiction or again horror or like zombie apocalypse kind of stuff, I always just kind of build backwards. I think it's when you have a setting and the rules of the setting, after that's all completed, then you can start plugging in the characters and then you can start having these human interactions. I think that to me, to try to work the other way, to try to have like just the characters and then try to just kind of ad hoc figure out what the setting is and what the world would be, that seems to me kind of silly because it's kind of like you're making up the rules on the fly, and I think that your audience, your readers, are going to pick up on that, and there's going to be inconsistencies, and it's just going to make the story feel less real. Even though everyone's going into it obviously knowing it's a fantastic thing you're doing, if you have like these again contradictions or inconsistencies, or I think you just ruin the reader's time, and I think it's more interesting to kind of put it that way. So it really does feel like every single moment feels like there's some other universe in play, and that you're just observing it for a while.
You talked about some pieces of literature that you are working on. Talk to me about writing, the difference there is between writing in this style, like the style of Nighthawks at the Mission, as opposed to writing what we would say more the hardcore literature.
I think, well, both of them, I know that there's this kind of like this thought process, especially with academia, that, literature is somehow on like a higher pedestal than science fiction.
Right, yeah. English major here. I've been through so carry on with that thought.
Yeah, and I always thought that was kind of crap, honestly. I think it's just a snobbery that works with that. I think science fiction is on exactly the same level as literature. I think that, it's just a matter of focus. I think that with science fiction, you're talking about mostly using it as a social metaphor, kind of
Yes.
talking about issues of the day without actually directly talking about it. I think that's a major thing with science fiction. Also, entertainment-wise, I mean, with science fiction, just having fun because you really, if you craft your world in a certain way when you're writing a science fiction book, you really just get to do things that would be considered, impossible or ridiculous in any other setting. So you get to have more fun with it. It's more entertaining. It's more interactive. But to say that literature is somehow on this this higher pedestal, that's just crap. Number one. But number two, I think the difference between science fiction and literature is more about trying to get the story in the kind of a more timeless spot, something like that. It's really that everyone can kind of grab onto, as opposed to science fiction. Science fiction is very much plot driven and very much more how do you say again, dealing with kind of like high concepts, let's put it that way.
Right.
But with literature, you're dealing with human interactions and trying to show the universality of people's everyday lives. I think that's maybe the key difference. And so when I'm writing this literature book that I'm working on, it's more about, again, emotions, character interactions, people seeing who they are and what they are. I think that's more the focus. It's more about the emotions as opposed to, again, like the setting.
You know what though? I've had authors on that have described their apocalyptic fiction just like that. They have this quality about it. Not all of them, but some of them have this feeling of this isn't just something that lacks essence. This is something here that you can feel truly what this person's going through. And like I said, it doesn't happen all the time, but every once in a while you get that. And from my background is English literature. That's what my major was. And I understand what you're saying there. And yeah, there is a snobbery. Trust me, there's a whole thing going on there. But I think sometimes I would rather read science fiction than I would sit down and read Browning.
Right.
I mean, I enjoy Browning, but you have to be in a particular kind of mood to be able to read that.
Yeah,
also,
I think.
You also have to be in a particular kind of mood to be able to read some of the science fiction that's out there because I don't look at it as being, what do I want to say, trash. I look at it as being something that the possibility of, if they talk about a vessel, whatever the vessel is, the way that they put it together, the concept that they're using, the rationale between how we get ourselves into that kind of a situation, most of that stuff, if you take out and pull the pieces apart, stuff's already happening now, okay? In maybe a smaller discourse, but it is still happening on some level. So I can get that and look at it and go, we might one day be able to go to that level. Or we might one day, if we don't be careful, end up there.
Yeah, it's always good science fiction is always like a warning or a forecast for the future.
Yes.
And I totally share your opinion about this. I mean, I think that for example, Philip K. Dick's books were always, for a long time, because of the time period he was in, kind of always considered, just kind of like cheap paperbacks. But one of his books that always stuck with me was Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which of course became the Blade Runner movie.
Yes,
and
love that.
And that had dealt with some heavy themes about, again, empathy, human feelings, what it is to be human, what distinguishes us. And you could, those are heavy philosophical concepts that, quote-unquote literature would be trying to tackle too. I just think that science fiction, and the difference between science fiction and literature is that, there's certain elements of science fiction that if you took away from the story itself, it's you're going to lose a lot of what your message is.
Right.
As opposed to literature is more of kind of a universal feel, I guess.
Right.
But,
Right.
you know,
Yes.
pretty much anyone can be kind of fit themselves in. But yeah, no, I mean, I think again, like this idea that, you know, I remember people were saying, for example, a Stephen King won an award. I forget what it was for, but it was kind of like a lifetime achievement award. And people were saying like, oh, how could Stephen King win something like that? Stephen King is just a trash horror author, blah blah blah. You know, and it's just like, come on, it's storytelling. If you get the points across, you know, no matter what the setting is, you know, and if it's well written, I mean, you know, don't try to shovel that out. I mean, again, and there's a difference. I mean, obviously, you know, there are like a lot of horror books or like science fiction books that which are pretty much just crap. I mean, you know, there's a ton of that. You know, I mean, I used to read all the time these BattleTech books, which is about the BattleTech universe. You know, giant robots shooting each other. I'm not going to say that was high literature. There was not any real redeeming factor other than pure entertainment about thinking about people driving around in giant robots hitting each other. But you know, but I think again, this is that again with the storytelling is right, and again, I'm sure that again the other authors you've had on, you know, talking about their apocalyptic fiction, there's really some again elements that, you know, transcend, you know, just your normal like median of storytelling.
Right.
For example, Cormac McCarthy is considered one of the top, you know, quote unquote literature authors, and he wrote The Road. I think that was the name of the book, right? The Road, which is, you know, the story of the father and the son dealing with some kind of unnamed apocalypse and them avoiding cannibal gangs and things like that. I mean, if it wasn't
Viggo
Cormac McCarthy.
Mortensen's film.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. And, you know, Cormac McCarthy, again, is considered a top literature person, but even he writes something that basically would be considered, you know, post-apocalyptic, you know, science fiction anywhere else, but because of his pedigree and everything, they kind of upped it to another level, which honestly just feels silly.
Right. You know, I mean, why can't we just look at writing for what it is? Even literature can entertain. I've read a lot of literature that I just look at that and I go, I'm paying for these courses to read these books, and my God, all I want to do is just take it and hurl it out the window and watch the pages kind of fly off as the book goes out the window.
Right.
You know, I'm not into destroying books on any level, but if you ever were in that situation, you understand.
Oh, I absolutely understand that. There's a lot of books I remember just, you know.
I just like,
man.
man.
It's just kind of like, yeah. Like one of them, and I don't know, maybe it's just because of the class itself and the way we had to dissect it, but, you know, Catcher in the Rye was one of them. And again, I think I would have appreciated more if we didn't have to spend the whole semester dissecting it.
Right.
You know, pulling it out. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's just sometimes I think there's obviously like an element of this kind of like Eastern establishment type, you know, aristocratic feel about certain books are the proper books and the rest are meant for like, you know, the proletarians and that kind of stuff. And I feel like it's disheartening because I think you ignore a lot of great stories for a long time that really could have an impact. And I think that's the story of Philip K. Dick's career. I mean, for the longest time, he was never really making any money. He was, you know, he basically put himself on amphetamines to maintain his career because he's just pumping out book after book just because, you know, he had to do quantity. He couldn't just, you know, stick one out because, again, science fiction was not considered, you know, the best genre, blah, blah, blah. And, yeah, I think I think finally we're kind of moving towards past that, it seems, especially with the acceptance of certain television series out there. You know, Game of Thrones, for example, those books, I mean, and the television series, that's considered like, you know, on a higher level now. I don't think you would have seen that 10 years ago if they would have anything that on television.
I don't either. I think, you know, there's always going to be that 10% that is going to go through and it's just going to be utter rubbish. But then there are these people that can tap into the human psyche and allow for it to mean different things for different people, and that's when you know you've got something that is amazing. It's generally created in a very spontaneous way, too. It's not forced.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about
Yeah,
that.
I think yeah, it just I think a lot of times too that people try to well, again, and this is very particular to nowadays. I think even more so after the upheavals of like the 1960s and the kind of cultural revolution that happened. I think that people want to always attach some kind of message to their stories, and instead of being a little bit more subtle or letting the story kind of play out and the ideas kind of just come forth in a way that you have to think about it a little bit later. Some people are just really heavy-handed with things nowadays.
Right.
I mean, there's very much a politicized agenda that happens, it seems, more and more in any kind of work of fiction, and it's really unfortunate. It's, for example, there's a lot of comic books out there you can notice with a very, obviously left-wing bent to the point of being like a parody of itself almost, and the same thing, too, with a lot of books out there with a conservative bent that is just, anyone with, 2 working brain cells can spot a mile away. And I think that it really just takes away from anything. Instead of talking about bigger issues, they rather have small talking points about current presidencies, for example. Yeah, and I think that when you start to shove those kind of messages out there, I don't see what the point of that is. I think literature is supposed to be a little bit more timeless than that. You can't just
Yes.
having a book that bashes for example George W. Bush and not find out that 20 years later that people don't understand what the hell you're talking about. Same thing with any kind of book that wants to paint Obama in a certain way. I mean, again, it's just presidencies change, we're moving on.
Those kinds of, you're always going to get their, core concepts when it comes to presidents or politics, just because they seem to need to have that in order to be the us, not us kind of, I guess, realm, if you want to say. But with the way books are being put out, I'm very concerned, especially lately within the last couple of years, about how people are so trying to fit everything into this political correctness. And I'm worried that it is going to stifle books being put out within the next 5 to 10 years. I'm very concerned about that. And I'm starting to see it in some of the younger generation that is saying, well, it needs to be more, I don't know, I wouldn't even say diverse, because that's the word that was coming to me, because really that's not diversity. That is like constriction on such a high level, and there's no tolerance. We're supposed to be more tolerant. This is 2016. We're supposed to be more tolerant, but look at all the stuff that happened in 2015. Total and complete intolerance. How do you think that, from your unique aspect, how do you think that is going to transfer into literature as far as what is going to be coming out within the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, I mean, it can go in a couple directions. I mean, I think, for example, when we talk about political correctness, I mean, we have to understand exactly what we're talking about. I mean, are we talking, again, just kind of trying to institute a quota system where, you have to have certain characters with certain backgrounds and act in certain ways, and then we have to, explore that. If you do it in a ham-fisted way, I think that's a really going to send works of fiction into a poor direction. I think that, if you're just going to have, characters, for example, we need to have, let's just say, there's a comic book coming out where it's a Muslim female superhero. And that's fine if you explore that background, if you want to go with that. But if you're just shoving it out there because we just need to have one, and then you don't really think about what you're doing with that character, I think you're just going to send things into a very poor direction, because you're just, again, everything has to be diverse, everything has to be like this, you have to have that character and this, and then again, if you're just being that constrictive with it, it's just, and you don't really know what you're doing with it other than you're just trying to score points because, hey, I have the first so-and-so character. I think that's a crap direction. But, for example, all the books I've written have had a female protagonist. And now I didn't set out to do that. I didn't set out to, have, I didn't come out as like, oh, we need to have like a feminist agenda or anything like that. I didn't even think about that at all. I just thought that since so much literature has been done and we live in this kind of postmodern age where everything has kind of already been done under the sun, I think it's more interesting to have people of different backgrounds, be used as characters. But again, I think you should do that not with the sense of like, I'm filling an affirmative action quota. You should do that with the sense of this is a more interesting perspective. This is something that has been done exactly before, and we're going to see some more. How do you say, like? You're going to see some more. Just again, a different viewpoint. They'll make it more interesting and entertaining for the reader. If you go from the standpoint, it'll be entertaining, and again, you're going to supply something of interest. I think that's good. But if you're just going to go through and just start plugging in things, it's bad.
And well, that's what they talk about in like say I have a friend of mine. His name is Waze Crankfield, and he's a rapper, but he's a rapper that refuses to do cop bashing and hey, drug this, drug that, and talk about women being bitches and hoes. He's got an interesting message that goes along with what he's doing, and he's non-commercial. I think really what we're talking about here is people that just want to make a fast buck, and to me that's commercialism. That's the media. Media, I know, but I try to run very mainline. I show both sides of the thing. If you don't like this, then you're probably going to like that because I allow for that to happen. But in this media-driven society, I'm talking radio, television, the movies, all of that. I think that there needs to be still, I guess, more diversity. There needs to be an idea that not everybody sees things the same way you do, and that their voice needs to be heard so that they can be included in what's going on, and rightly so. I have a couple of authors that write in characters who are disabled in some way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
And they allow for the character development to be beneficial to the story because although they may have a disability in one area, they have a extraordinary ability doing something else. And so that adds content within the realm of what they're creating, and it is inclusive for those people who may be actually afflicted with that particular disability.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, I think if you go about this that you want to showcase different viewpoints and showcase different people and you actually understand what you're doing, that's important. And
right.
Also, it's just because of the fact that, again, like mostly every story has been done under the sun. I mean, nothing's really particularly new. I mean, like, for example, Walking Dead is a very cool series that a lot of people like, but at the same time, too, I don't know if you could say this is totally groundbreaking stuff. And it's not because it's a shot at The Walking Dead. I just think it's just because that there is so much out there that has already been done before that nothing can be, completely original at a certain point. And that's why I think you have to bring in different backgrounds that maybe Americans are not familiar with. If you're going to have an action movie with, a He-Man Arnold Schwarzenegger, we've seen that 3,000 times. But if you do an action movie with, again, a young woman at the forefront, that's going to be interesting just because of the change of gender and the change of viewpoint. So if we keep up with that, I think that's a good idea. But again, I think, trying to get into this crappy kind of like, everyone is, you just like filling a quota and then you don't really do anything with the characters, and the characters are all just stock, but they have like a different background. I think that's a disservice to readers and to your audience. I think it behooves us to try to do different things, which is I guess is what I'm trying to say at the end. But You know, the media, for example, really doesn't, and it's not because it's, you know, I don't believe there's a liberal media or a conservative media. They're all mercenaries, and I really do think that you know, they play it simple and easy. It's always for the easy buck. It's not for any particular agenda. It's just because honestly, I do think it's mostly just laziness and the ability to generate some kind of fast cash. I think that's in the end that's the ideology. So that's why they do these things. For example, you know, where they paint these like really simplistic narratives. For example, you know, the black street thug does X, Y, and Z, or you know, the killer psycho cop, you know, shoots up whatever, and you know, it doesn't really want to take into any kind of consideration what exactly is going on. For example, you know, again, how many black people are not committing crimes tonight, and how many people are not committing brutality tonight. You know, they don't want to talk about that because, again, it's just easier to sell the other way. And I hate the idea of generalizing and stereotyping any single thing. You know, when it comes down to, you know, even professions. I mean, I think there's obviously a problem with the police. I do think that there needs to be some kind of institutional level reforms, but to say that every street cop is, you know, basically 2 steps away from murdering a minority, that's a bit much.
Not. They're just,
yeah.
I have a whole family of security workers, and I have people that are, let's just say they work in different kinds of badged ways, and I'm well aware that there is that 10% in that population too, that and sometimes you're just absolutely shocked that they would be of that particular persuasion. But then, I mean, if we want to really sit down and figure out what the psychology is behind all of that, I'm sure there's a story that has created this, whether it be from bad family raising to situations where they've just had enough and just are not stable enough to be able to figure out what's right and what's not right anymore because of whatever their situation is, or if they were just born like that and the switch just went off and that's what happened. But that's like that in all kinds of situations. I mean, for crying out loud, I was today I was in a Walmart. I basically go there almost every day, for crying out loud. I got 7 people in this house. We're always needing one thing or another. And you know, we go in there, minding our own business, getting our stuff, and there's a fight that breaks out between 2 women, and I mean, they're like, you know, slapping each other, punching each other, pulling hair, the whole bit. So the people that work there, they're all standing around. Now, for the most part, I know that if there is something going on like that, they're supposed to be hands off. They're just supposed to call for help, and they're supposed to be hands off. So, but I was like, screw this. So I pulled one of them off, and I just, you know, my husband was, you know, standing there and watching to see if, you know, something stupid was going to happen. You know, when I did that, and there was another person that pulled the other person off, so we're both doing it at the same time. I turned my back, which I know I'm not supposed to do because of my background in martial arts and all this other training that I've had. But I did because I think because my husband was standing there watching. But I looked at the woman and I said, "Are you okay?" Now I don't know if she started it or if she was the one that was getting the raw end of the stick, so to speak. Turns out that she was getting the raw end. But you know, we pulled them apart, and then they took off in another direction. They started it all up again. Shit happens everywhere, you know. And after I told my husband after we left and all of that, and they did take it out into the parking lot, and there were police, blah blah blah. I told him, I said, you know, with all the stupid that happens, they could have had a gun. You know, I could be on a stretcher right now, you know, or sucking air out of a tube. You know, you never know. You can be anywhere. Situations happen. There's always that 10% that is just going to ruin your day or try to. So you know, so when you're going in there and you're creating and you're doing what you're doing, as long as you're true to your ideal of what you believe in, and your fans are enjoying that, then keep producing it in that manner, and people seem to really like what you're doing here. So on that note, what I want to get you to do is get your links out there and give a shout out for someone who has been very supportive to you.
Okay, well, first off, I have to give a shout out to my wife, Jinko. She has been so supportive for everything that's gone on. I mean, she's the one that set me up for all this. She really did. I mean, we were walking. Once upon a time, I wanted to get actually into politics. I was a political science major, and at California State University, Long Beach, and so I was very, very much into politics and everything like that. And I remember we were walking back from a restaurant, and I was already playing around with trying to write. I didn't know how to write at all, really, but I just kind of casually mentioned it. And she's like, well, that's a lot cooler of a profession if you actually got into that. That's a lot neater than this straight politics. And I was like, huh, yeah, you're right. It is kind of fun. And of course, I was an ass about it, so I really didn't take her that seriously. So I kept going down, doing political science stuff for a while. But that thought stuck with me, and I kept trying, and I kept writing, these half-assed screenplays at home. And I kept trying to work it, trying to do a novel. And I just, little by little, I kept, doing it. And it was, it took, again, honestly, it was about a 10-year process to even try to write a book. I mean, I could do it now, no problem. But before, I mean, it was just such a slog. I guess it was like training for for a marathon. But my wife was the one who got me started with that. So again, shout out to my wife, Jinko. She's the best. She's the best math professor at a certain college. If track her down, and if people want to know more about myself and also a little bit about my wife, who co-produces movies with me, they can find this out at offworldnetwork.thirdscribe.com. So that's offworldnetwork.thirdscribe.com.
Thank you so much for being such a terrific guest. Again, we are looking forward to seeing what you're going to be producing in 2016 as we go through the months to follow. And, hey, thank you. I'm going to go over to Scott Wilson, who has been with us for all 5 hours, and have him say his final goodbyes and or comments.
Well, thank you so much for introducing me to your world, Forbes. I've actually found you on Facebook, like I have everybody else, and I found a couple of websites with you on it. I'll be able to explore your work, and I'll try to get you some feedback on it as soon as I can.
Hey, Scott, I would appreciate it. Thank you so much, man.
No problem.
All right, we're going to button everything up. So much appreciation to Scott Wilson, who has never done this before, and I don't know if he's going to want to do it again, but I think I liked what I have heard. You've been very engaging. I think my guests are enjoying this different kind of a viewpoint from you, and we really miss Double D. I hope he is okay with this storm that is progressing over the weekend. Please be careful and take care of Crunchy over there too. And Scott Pearson, get some much-needed rest. 12-hour days are they're hard on everybody, even if you enjoy what you do. And on that note, thank you ever so much for liking, sharing, and subscribing the YouTube channel Zombiepalooza Radio Live. And we're going to be signing off. Good night.